Genesis 1.
Adamina lo ala kasambo ni dukuro dambe.
Dukuro lo jande tebini. Ado jekende basakara jibale la inde dununya fambero. Ado lo divinde. Ado alaya fonye tetimi dimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave.
Kene ya ebo kene ya kabon.
Alaka ye ko
Kene atekanye alaka kene ni dili wote boy nyona.
Aka kene atola ko tere kadiri tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre kuvrole.
And there was evening and there was morning, the first day.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave. Dake jiru tema ka wote boy nyona.
Woka ke ji minute sama. Ani minute du ma. Aka wulu wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada atema. Aka kete aka gbekene batola ko sangbo suka ko kene kabo woka ke tele flanale.
And there was morning, the second day.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
Jimini sangbo ko wo be la de dinda ke no. Fosa gbelebo aka kete.
And it was so.
Akagbele wotola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alakaye ko tekanyi.
And God saw that it was good.
Woke alaka fo ave. Bi di kromani senefe sube fere dukuro koka mi ye dekela abeni aita su. Aka kete.
And it was so.
Nini kromani senefe sube ka fe dukuro koka mi ye dekela abeni aita su alakaye ko wote kanyi.
According to their kinds. And God saw that it was good.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketre sawa nale.
Alaka kuma
Kotunu ave.
Benefenu bosambrulo katele ni su wote bonyona uluke Thomas elule kalonu ni sanu anilombaru daminajia. Uluke sangrulo kakene adidu kuroma akakete.
And it was so.
Alaka mene feba flala da kabubata alasi tre wate kuna kadoma da alasi su wate kuna akaloni lu fanada.
Also made the stars.
Aka menefe uluke sangrulo fosa aikene adidu kuroma.
Akalasi tre ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bo alakaye ko wote kanyi.
And God saw that it was good.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale.
The fourth day.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
Ni ma feni ke ko uluko
Kasi aya
buba ikono lwindi sani du wote.
aka koji krofen failu da ani ko krofen tolu be kai ke kolu kro kasi aya beni aita sulaka kono subeda alakai ko wote kanyi.
According to its kind. And God saw that it was good.
Aka kuma kabala kadoilo ave. Jelu jili kasi aya koji fan belo ani kono lu jili kasi aya dukuro koka. Suka ko kene kabo kaketrelu nale.
The fifth day.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukuro koka ko fenu fofo ni fenu ani tukuro solu abena itasu akaketre.
Along the ground and wild animals, each according to its kind.
And it was so.
Akatukuro so ni kuro feni fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
According to their kinds. And all the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good.
Obeko akafo ave
Imoni binu na kache nugu sanwale kebo mola.
aya isi dukuro kuna kakuni
Yake je kono kofe. Anifo moni fe mekuna. Ala kamoni vinuda kake alegu sawla ale kebo alegula akeda kake keni musole.
Male and female he created them.
alaka kuma kabala kadoilo ave
Aijiri ka jese dukuro fambelo kaya fana mayala aka aido kundi yake je kono. Ani nima fe tolu bekuna. Ala kafwa ye ave sene fe sube. Ani koromane sube mi dukuro koka ne urube di aimakake aibalole. Ko fe tukoro so kono ani fufoni fe me bini fla burube di ni ma fe sube makake aibalole akakete.
Thing that has the breath of life in it, I give every green plant for food.
And it was so.
alaka dani fembe mafre kai ko obete kanyi ko se suka ko kene kabo o ka ketere wona le.
And there was morning, the 6th day. Genesis 2.
Adamina lo alaka sanguro ni duko damre.
Their vast array.
Dukro lo jendete bini. Ado je kende basakara jibale la inde dunu nya fambelo. Ado lo dilinde ado ala fo nya tetimi jimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave
Kene ya mo kene ya kabo.
He rested from all the work of creating that he had done.
Alaka ye ko kene ya tekanyi alaka kene ya ni diri wote boy nyona.
When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and no shrub of the field,
aka kene ya tola ko tre kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo o ka ketere kuvolole.
for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to work the ground.
Alaka kuma ko tunu ave lake jiute maka wote boy nyona.
Wokake ji minute sama. Ani minute duma. Aka wulu wote boy nyona ka kene balada atema.
And the man
Aka kete.
a living being,
Aka kene batola ko sanguro suka ko kene kabo wokake tele flanale.
and there he put the man he had formed. The Lord
Alaka kuma ko
Tunu ave
ji mini sanguro kolo wo be la de dinga ke no. Fosa gbele bo aka kete.
of the garden with the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
aka gbele wo tola ko dukro ka jila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko te kanyi.
Woke alaka fo
Ave
bi ni kolomani senefe sube fere dukulu koka minu ya idekela abeni aitasu akakete ni kolomani senefe sube ka fere dukulu koka minu ya idekela abeni aitasu alakaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo o ka ketere sawa nale.
The entire land of
alaka kuma ko
Tunu ave
menefinu bo sangulo katire ni suwote boli nyona wulu ke to maselule kalolu ni sanu ani lombaru damnaja wulu ke sangulo ka kene adi dukulu ma akakete
alaka mene fe bafla la da kabuba da alasi tre wate kuna kadoma da alasi su wate kuna akalo ni lu fanada.
aka menefe wulu ke sangulo fosa aikene adi dukulu ma
Akaila si tre ni su wate kuna kakele anidi wote bo alaka ye ko wote kayi. Suka ko kene kabo o ka ketere nali nale.
beasts of the field and all the birds of the air. He brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And whatever the man called, each living creature, that was its name.
Alaka kuma ko tunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu ko
kaisi ya
bubale kono lu ni sani du wote
But for Adam, no suitable helper was found.
aka ko ji krofin failu da ani ko krofin tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi ya bene aita su aka kono su be dan alaka ko wote kanyi.
One of the man's ribs and closed up the place with flesh.
Aka kuma ka baraka do ayelo ave jelu jili kasi ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jili kasi ya dukulu koka suka ko kene kabo o ka ketere lulu nale.
Now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man.
For this reason,
Alaka kuma ko tunu ave mi ma fe sube ke dukulu koka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tuko solo abene aita su aka ketile aka tuko so ni kulu fe ni fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
Genesis 3.
alamina lo alaka sangulo ni duko dame
And any of the wild animals the Lord God had made, he said to the woman,
Did God really say you must not eat from any tree?
Dukulu lo jandete bini
woman said to
ado jikende basakala chibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado ala fo nya tetimi jimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya bo kene ya kabon
tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.
alaka ye ko kene ya tekanyi alaka kene ya ni diri wote bo nyola
aka kene ya tola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele kuvrole alaka kuma ko tunu ave la ke jiru tema ka wote bo nyona
and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it.
wokake ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo nyona ka kene balada aitema
So they sewed
aka kete
together and made coverings for themselves.
aka kene batola o sangulo suka ko kene kabo wokake tele flanale
In the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden.
alaka kuma ko tunu ave
ji mini sangulo ko wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbele bo aka kete
aka bole wo tola ko dukulu kajila de ni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
woke alaka fo
Ave
mi di kolomani senefe sube fe dukulu koka mi ya idekela abeni aitasu aka kete ni kolomani senefe sube ka fere dukulu koka mi ya idekela abeni aitasu alaka ye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo ka ketere sawa nale.
What is this you have done?
The serpent
alaka kuma
kɔtunu avɛ
mene finu bo sambro lo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas lule kalolu ni sanu ani lo mbaru lamna ja
You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life.
wulu ke sambro lo ka kene adi du kuroma akakete
Your offspring and hers, he will crush your head, and you will strike his heel.
ala ka mɛnɛ fɛn ba fila la da ka bɔ ba tala sitere waati kunna ka dɔ ma da ala sisi waati kunna a ka dɔrɔn ni lu fana dan
Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you.
aka mele fe wulu ke sambro lo fosa ai kene adi du kuroma
From the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat of it all the days of your life.
a ka ila sitere ni su waati kunna ka kɛnɛ ani dili wo tɛ bɔ ala ka ye ko wo tɛ ka ɲɛ suka ko kɛnɛ ka bɔ wo ka kɛ tere naani na ale
Food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return.
ala ka kuma kɔtunu avɛ
ni ma fe ni ke ko olu ko
ka si aya
bubale kono lu ni di sani du wote
a ka kɔji kɔfɛ fa yelu dan ani kɔ kɔfɛ tɔlu bɛɛ ka kɛ kɔlu kɔrɔ ka si aya a bɛ ni a ye ta su a ka kɔnɔ su bɛɛ dan ala ka ye ko wo tɛ ka ɲɛ a ka kuma ka bala ka dɔ ye lɔ avɛ jɛlu jiri ka si aya kɔji fan bɛɛ lɔ ani kɔnɔlu jiri ka si aya du kolo kɔ kan
Reach out his hand, and take also from the tree of life and eat, and live forever.
su ka ko kɛlɛ ka bɔ wo ka kɛ tere lolu na ale
to work the ground from which he had been taken.
ala ka kuma kɔtunu avɛ ni ma fe su bɛɛ kɛ dukolo kɔ kan ko fe n'o fɔfɔ ni fe n'o ani tukɔrɔ sulu a bɛ ni a ye ta su a ka kɛ ten
To guard the way to the tree of life.
Genesis 4.
adamina lo alaka sambro ni du ko dame
She became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord, I have brought forth."
dukolo lɔ jɛn tɛ bile
She gave birth to his brother.
ado je kende gbasakala ti ba alela inde dunu nya fan bɛlɔ ado lɔ dili inde ado ala ya fɔ ɲɛ teti mi jimina jikuna ala ka fɔ avɛ
kene mo kene aka bon ala ka ye ko kene ate ka ɲe ala ka kene ani dibi wote bo nyona
Born of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering.
a ka kɛnɛ a tɔ la ko tele ka didi tɔ la ko susu ka ko kɛnɛ ka bɔ wo ka kɛ tene kunfɔlɔ le
He was very angry, and his face was downcast.
ala ka kuma kɔtunu avɛ la kɛ jiru tɛ ma ka wo tɛ bɔ ɲɔla
wo ka ke ji minute sama ani minute du ma aka wulu wote bo nyona ka gbe kene balada ai tema aka kete
Is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it.
aka gbe kene ba to la ko sambro suka ko kene ka bo wo ka ke tere flana le
To the field. While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him.
ala ka kuma kɔtunu
avɛ
Where
di mini sambro ko lo wo be la den dinga ke no fosa bele bo aka kete
my brother's keeper, the Lord
a ka bere wo tɔ la ko dukolo ka jila de ni tɔ la ko kɔji ala ka ye ko wo tɛ ka ɲɛ
your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground.
wo ke ala ka fɔ
avɛ
You are under a
bi di kolomani sene fe su be fere du ko kan mi ye dikela abeni aita su
blood from your
aka kete bi ni kolomani sene fe su be ka fere du ko kan mi ye dikela abeni aita su ala ka ye ko wote ka ɲi
You will be a restless wanderer on the earth.
suka ko kɛnɛ ka bɔ wo ka kɛ tere sawa na ale
Punishment is more than I can bear.
ala ka kuma
kɔtunu avɛ
Me from the land.
mene finu bo sambro lo katene ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas lule kalonu ni sanu ani lo mbaru damna ja
Finds me will kill me.
wulu ke sambro lo ka kene adi du ko ma aka kete
Kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him.
ala ka mɛnɛ fɛ ba fila la da ka bɔ ba ta ala si tere waati kunna ka dɔ mana ala sisi waati kunna a ka lolo ni lu fana dan
aka mene fe wulu ke sambro lo fosa ai kene adi du ko ma
Enoch. Cain was then building a city and he named it after his son Enoch.
a ka la si tere ni su waati kunna ka kɛnɛ ani dili wo tɛ bɔ ala ka ye ko wo tɛ ka ɲɛ
Methusael was the father of Methusael was the father of Lamech.
suka ko kɛnɛ ka bɔ wo ka kɛ tere naani na ale
Named Ada and the other Zillah. Ada
ala ka kuma kɔtunu avɛ
ni ma fe ni ke ko olu ko
ka si aya
bubale kono lu ni di sani du wote
a ka kɔji kɔfɛ falilu dan ani kɔkɔrɔfɛ tɔlu bɛɛ ka kɛ kɔlu kɔrɔ ka si aya a bɛ ni a ye ta su a ka kɔnɔ su bɛɛ dan ala ka ye ko wo tɛ ka ɲɛ a ka kuma a ka baraka dɔ a ye lɔ avɛ jɛlu jiri ka si aya kɔji fan bɛɛ lɔ ani kɔnɔlu jiri ka si aya dukolo kɔ kan
his sister was Naamah.
suka ko kɛlɛ ka bɔ wo ka kɛ tere lolu na ale
Ada and Zillah, listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafesube kedu kuro koka kuro fenu fofo ni fenu ani tuko solo abeni aita su akakete akatukro so ni kuro fenu fofo ni fesube da alaka ko wote kanyi.
And named him Seth, saying, God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him.
Wobeko alaka fo ave
The money vinu da kake nubusa wa yake bomola. Aya sidu ko kuna kakundi yake jia kono kofe. Ani fofo ni fembe kuna.
Genesis 5.
Adaminalo alakasangbo ni duko dame.
When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God.
dukuro lo jaidete bini.
Male and female.
Ado jekende basakala jiba lela inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo divinde ado alaya fone tetimi jimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave
Kene ebo kene akabo.
In his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth.
Alaka ye ku kene atekanye alaka kene ani divi wote bo inyona.
aka kene atola kotere kadidi tola kosusu kako kene kabo woka ketere kumurole. Alaka kuma kotunu ave dalke jinu tema kai wote bo inyona.
He became the father of Enosh.
Wokake ji minute sama. Ani minute du ma.
Lived 800
Aka wulu wote bo inyona kakbekene balada aitema. Aka kete aka gbekele ba tola ku sangro su ka ku kene kabo wokake tele flanale.
and then he died.
Alaka kuma
Kotunu ave
90 years.
jimini sangro koro wo be la de dinga ke no. Fosa gbele bo aka keke.
aka gbele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
And had other sons and daughters.
Woke aka fo ave. Bi ni koro mani sene fe su be fere du kuro koka. Minu ya de kela abeni aita su. Aka kete ni koro mani sene fe su be ka fere du kuro koka. Minu ya de kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketere sawa nale.
Canaan lived 840 years and had other sons and
Alaka kuma
Kotunu ave
together.
mene finu bo sambulo ka tele ni sugu te bo nyona wulu ke Thomas lule kalonu ni sanu ani lo mbaru damina jia wulu ke sambulo ka kene yadi du kuroma aka kete
He became the father of Jared.
alaka mene feba flala da kabubata alasi tre wate kuna kadoma da alasi su wate kuna akalolo ni lufalada.
aka mele fe wulu ke sambulo fosa ai kene yadi du kuroma
Akaila sitere ni su wate kuna kakene ani dili wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanyi. Suka ko kene kabo woka ketere nani nale.
Jared lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
dima feni ke ko lu ko
kasi aya
bubale kono lu ni di sani du wote
akakɔ jikɔrɔfe failu dan ani kɔkɔrɔfe tɔlu bɛ kai kɛ kɔlu kɔrɔ kai sia ya abɛnɛ ita su aka kɔnɔ su bɛ dan ala kai ko o tɛ ka ɲi aka kuma aka bala ka dɔ ayi lɔ avɛ jɛlu jini ka sia ya kɔ ji fan bɛɛ lɔ ani kɔnɔlu jini ka sia ya du kolo kɔ kan su ka ko kɛlɛ ka bɔ o ka kɛ tere lolu n'ale
165 years.
ala ka kuma kɔtunu avɛ ni ma fɛ su bɛ kɛ du kolo kɔ kan ko fenu o fɔfɔ ni fenu o ani tukɔrɔ solu abɛnɛ ayi ta su aka kɛ ten aka tukɔrɔ so ni kolo feni fɔfɔ ni fɛ su bɛ dan ala la kai ye ko o tɛ ka ɲi
The father of Lamech.
o bɛɛ kɔ ala ka fɔ avɛ
The father of
The money vinu da kake nubusa wa yake bomola. Aya sidu ko kuna kakundi yake jia kono kofe. Ani fofo ni fembe kuna.
ala ka moni vinu da kake ale busa wale kai bo ale bula aka da kake keni musole
ala ka kuma ka ba ka dun ayi lɔ avɛ
aye je ka jese du kuro fan belo kaya fana na yala akan ayro kundi yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala ka fo ye ave sene fe sube ani kormane sube miri du kuro kokan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tu kro so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini fla bulu be di ni ma fe sube makake ay balole aka kete
ala ka da ni fɛn bɛɛ ma filɛ ka ye ko o bɛɛ tɛ ka ɲi kosɛbɛ su ka ko kɛlɛ ka bɔ o ka kɛ tele wɔɔ n'ale
After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6.
adamina lo ala ka sangolo ni du kuro dambe
Some daughters were born to them.
lukuro lɔ ja inde tɛ bene ado je kɛ inde gbasakala jiba ale la inde dununya fan bɛɛ lɔ ado lɔ divingɛ ado ala ya fɔ ɲɛ tɛ timi dimina jikuna ala ka fɔ avɛ
kene ya mo kene ya ka bon
For he is mortal. His days will be 120 years.
alakaye
ko kene ya te kanyi alaka kene ya nidili wote boy nyona.
When the sons of God went to the daughters of men and had children by them, they were the heroes of old, men of renown.
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo wo ka ketere kuvolole.
Inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil all the time. The Lord was
alaka kuma kotunu ave dalke jilu tema ka wote boy nyona.
Woka keji minute sama ani minute duma aka wuru wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada atema aka kete aka gbekene batola ko sangro suka ko kene kabo woka ketele flana le alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sangro ko wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbele bo aka kete
aka gbele wo tola ko du kuro ka ji la deni tola ko koji alakaye ko te kanyi
woke alaka fo ave bi di koromani senefe sube fe du kuro ko kan miri ye dekela abeni aita su aka kete bi ni koromani senefe sube ka fe du kuro ko kan miri ye dekela abeni aita su alakaye ko te kanyi
suka ko kele ka bo ka ketere sawa na le.
I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth.
alaka kuma kotunu
ave
menefinu bo sangolo katele ni subote bonyona wulu ke to masirule kalonu ni sanu anilu baru damina jia wulu ke sangolo kakene ya di du kuro ma akakete
450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high.
alaka mene fe ba fla la da kabuba talasi tere wate kuna kadoma da alasi su wate kuna akalolo ni lu fanada.
aka menefe wulu ke sangolo fosa aikene ya di du kuro ma
akaila si tere ni su wate kuna ka kene ya ni dili wote bo alakaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene ka bo woka ketere nani nale alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu kuro
kasi aya
bubale kono lu ni sani du wote
aka koji krofen falilu da ani ko krofen tolu be kai ke ko lu kuro kasi aya abeni aita su aka kolo sube da alakaye ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jili kasi aya koji fambelo ani kono lu jili kasi aya du kuro koka
adamina lo alaka sangro ni du kuro da ave
du kuro lo jandete bene ado jeke inde basakala kibale la inde dunya fambelo ado lo divinde ado alaya fo ne tetimi jimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya mo kene akabo
alaka ye
ko kene ate kanyi alaka kene ani di wote boy nyona
aka kene atola ko tere kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo uka ketere kuvole alaka kuma kotunu ave dalke jiru fema kai wote boy nyona
woka ke ji minute sama ani minute du ma aka wuru wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekene batola ko sangro suka ko kene kabo woka ke teleflanale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
ji minu sangro kolo wo be la de dinga keno fosa gbelebo aka kete
akabele wotola ko dukuro ka jila de ni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanyi
woke alaka fo
ave
bi di koromani senefe su be fere du kuro ko kan mi ya de kala abeni aita su akakete bi ni koromani senefe su be ka fere du kuro ko kan mi ya de kala abeni aita su ala kaye ko te kanyi
suka ko kala kabo ka ketre sawa na le
Ham and Japheth, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark.
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
menefinu bo sambrulo ka tele ni suwote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule ka lonu ni sanu ani lo mbaru damna ja
And every bird according to its kind, everything with wings.
wulu ke sambrulo ka kene ya di du kuruma akakete
In them came to Noah and entered the ark.
ala kamene feba flala da kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lufanada
akamene fe wulu ke sangbolo lo fosa ai kene ya didu kuruma
akaila sitere ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kaye suka ko kene kabo kaketere nani nale ala kakuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko olu ko
kaisi aya
bubale ko no lu ni di sani du wote
aka ko ji krofe failoda ani ko krofe to lu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi aya abene ita sura ka kono subedan ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jiri kasi aya ko ji fambelo ani ko no lu jini kasi aya dukulu koka suka ko kele kabo wo ka ketre lulu nale alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukulu ko kan ko feno fofo ni feno ani tukolo solo abeni aita su akakete
adamina lo alaka sangbolo ni duko dambe
dukulu lo janete bini ado jekende basakala tibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinge ado alaya fo nyate timidimi na chikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya ebo kene akabon alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene ya nidili wote bo inyona
aka kene atola ko tere ka dili tola ko susu ka ko kene ka bo ka ketere kumbrole alaka kuma ko tunu ave dake jimu tena ka wote bo inyona
wo ka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo inyona ka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekene ba tola ko sangbolo suka ko kene ka bo wo ka ketere flanale alaka kuma ko tunu
ave
ti mini sangbolo ko wo be la de ngara ke no fosa gbele bo aka kete
So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark.
aka gbele wo tola ko dukulu ka jila de ni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanye
woke alaka fo ave bi di koloma ni sene fe sube fere dukulu ko kan minu ye dikela abeni aita su aka kete nini koloma ni sene fe sube ka fere dukulu ko kan minu ye dikela abeni aita su alaka ye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre sawa nale
601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was
alaka kuma ko tunu ave
by the 26th
mene finu bo sangbolo lo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maserule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbaru damna ja wulu ke sangbolo lo ka kene ya di dukulu ma aka kete
alaka mene fe ba flala na kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma dala sisu wate kuna akalo ni lufanada
aka mele fe wulu ke sangbolo lo fosa ai kene ya di dukulu ma
the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number.
akaila sitre ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bo alaka ye ko wote kaye suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre nali nale
that move along the ground, and all the birds, everything that moves on the earth came out of the ark, one kind after another.
alaka kuma ko tunu ave
ni ma finu ke ko wulu ko
kaisi aya
bubale ko lu di sani du wote
He sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord
aka ko ji krofe faliluda ani ko krofe tolu be kake ko lu kro kasi aya abeni ita su aka ko lo subedan ala kaye ko wote kanye
Even though every inclination of his heart is evil from childhood, and never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done.
aka kuma ka baraka do ailo ave jelu jili kasi aya ko ji fambelo ani ko no lu jili kasi aya dukulu koka
Day and night will never cease.
Genesis 9,
adamina lo alaka sangbolo ni dukulu dame
saying to them,
Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth.
dukulu lo janete binile
Bread of you will fall upon
ado jikende basakala kibale la inde dunya fambelo ado lo divinde ado alaya fonye tetimi jimina jikuna
and upon all the fish of the sea. They are given into your hands.
alaka fo ave
kene ya ebo kene akabon
Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything. But
alakaye ko kene
ate kanyi aka kene ya ni divi mote boy nyona
aka kene atola ko tele kadiri tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo woka ketele kuvolole alaka kuma kotunu ave dake jiru tema ka wote boy nyona
woka ke jiminu te sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekene batola ko sangro suka ko kene ka bo woka ke tele flanale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sangro kolo wo bela de dinda ke no fosa gbelebo aka kete
aka gbele wotola kudukro ka jila de ni tola ko koji alakaye ko wote kanye
woke alaka fo ave bi nikoloma ni senefe sube fe du kolo koka minu ye de kela abeni aita suru akakete ni nikoloma ni senefe sube ka fe du kolo koka minu ye de kela abeni aita suru ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kela kabo woka ketre sawanale
alaka kuma kotunu
ave
nerefenu bo sangolo ka tele ni sugote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule ka donu ni sanu ani lumbalu damnaja wulu ke sangolo ka kene adi du kuroma akakete
ala kamene femba flala da kabuba ta ala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada
aka meye fe wulu ke sangolo fosa ai kene adi du kuroma
akala sitre ni suwate kuna ka kene ani dili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi
Ham was the father of Canaan.
suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale
From them came the people who were scattered over the earth.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma feni ke ko olu ko
kaisi aya
buba le ko lo mi di sani du wote
aka koji krofe falilu dan ani ko krofe tolo be kai ke ko lo kro kaisi aya bene ita su aka ko lo su be dan ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kaba ka do aylo ave jeru jiri kasi aya ko ji fambelo ani ko no rujini kasi aya du kro kokan suka ko kene kabo ka ketre lolu nale
Then they walked in backward and covered their father's nakedness. Their faces were turned the other way, so that they would not see their father's nakedness.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke du kro kokan ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tu kro solu abene ita su aka kete aka tu kro soli kro fe ni fofo ni fe sube da ala kai ko wote kanyi wobe ko aka fo ave
imoni filu na kake nu kusa wale kebo mola
aya
isi dukuro kuma kakuni yake je kono kofe ani fo moni feme kuna
alaka moni vilu dan kake ale gusa wulale kaibo ale gula aka da kake keni musole
ala ka kuma kamara ka do aylo ave
ai jiri ka jise du kuro fambelo ka ya fana mayala aka ai do kundi yake je kono ani ni ma fe to ru be kuna alaka fo aye ave senefe sube ani koloma de sube mi du kuro kokan de wulu be di ai makake ai balole adaminalo alaka sango ni du kuro dambe
Ham and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the flood.
du kro lo jandete bene
Japheth, Gomer,
ado jekende gbasakala jibali la inde dunya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado ala ya fo nyete timi jimina jikuna
and Tyrus,
ala ka fo ave
kene ya ibo kene akabon
Riphath, and Togarmah, sons
ala kaye ko kene atekanye ala ka kene ya ni divi wote boy nyona
of Kittim, and Rodim,
aka kene atola ko tele kadiri tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo woka ketre kuvolole
within their nations, each with its own language.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave dal ke jiru tana ka wote boy nyona
In Canaan,
woka ke di minute sama ani minute du ma aka wulu wote boy nyona ka gbekene balada aitema
Sabtica,
aka kete
sons of Reumah, Sheba, and Dedan,
aka gbekene batola ko sangro suka ko kele ka bo woka ke tele flanale
on the earth.
ala ka kuma
kotunu ave
di mini sangro kolo wo be la de dingara kele no fosa gwele bo aka kete
For the Lord,
aka bele wotola kudu kro kaji la deni tola ko koji ala kaye ko wote kanye
Akkad, and Calneh in Shinar.
woke ala ka fo ave
And he went to
bi ni koloma ni senefe sube fe du kuro kokan minu ya idekela abeni aita su
Keilah
akakete ni kolomani senefe sube kafe dukuro koka minu ya ide kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko te kanyi
suka ko kela ka bo ka ketre swanale
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
nene fenu bosambulo katele ni suwote bonyona uluke Thomas elule kalolu ni sanu anilu mbalu damina ja uluke sambulo kakene yadi dukuro ma akakete
ala kamele fe ba fla la da ka buba tala sitere wate kuna ka do manda la sisi wate kuna akalo ni lu fanada
akamene fe uluke sambulo fosa aikene yadi dukuro ma
akaila sitere ni suwate kuna ka kene ani dibi wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene ka bo ka ketre nani nale
toward Gera as far as Gaza, and then toward Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as far as Laishah.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fenu ke ko uluko
kaisi ya
bubale kololu ni disani du wote
aka koji ko fe failu dan ani ko fe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kasi ya abene aita sura ka kono sube dan ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala kado elo ave jeru jiri kasi ya ko ji fambelo ani kono lu jiri kasi ya du kro koka suka ko kene kabo ka ketre lulu nale ala ka kuma kotunu ave di ma fe sube ke du kro koka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tukoro solu abene aita suru aka kete aka tukoro soni kulo fe ni fofo ni fe sube da ala kai ko wote kanyi wobeko ala ka fo ave
imoni vinu da kake nugu saulo ale kai bo mola
aya
sidu kulo kuna ka kundi yake je kono ko fe ani fofo ni fembe kuna
ala kamoni vinu da kake ale ku sawula ale kai bo ale bula akai da kake keni musore
ala ka kuma kabala ka dwailo ave
ajili ka jese dukolo fambelo kaya fanga mayala aka ado kundi yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala ka fa ye ala sene fe sube ani kolomane sube mini dukolo koka ne wulu bedi ay makake ay balole kulo fe tuko sokono ani fofoni fe ne bini flabru bedi ni ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete
ala ka dani fembe ma fela kaye ko bete kanyi ko sebe suka ko kele ka bo o ka ketere worona le
According to their lines of descent within their nations. From these the nations spread out over the earth after the flood. Genesis 11.
adamina lo ala kasangulo ni duko dandre
Language and a common
dukuro lo chande te bene
as men
ado jekende basakala kibalila inde dunya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado ala yafo ne tetimi dimina jikuna ala ka fo ave
kene ya ibo kene ya kabo
they used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they
ala kaye ko
ko kene ya tekanye ala ka kene ya ni dili wote boy nyona
with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves and not be scattered over the face of the whole earth.
aka kene ya tola ko tere kadili tola ko susuka ko kele ka bo wo ka ketere kuvorole ala ka kuma kotunu ave like jiru te maka wote boy nyola
wo kake ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona ka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekene batola ko sango suka ko kene ka bo wo kake tele flanale
stopped building the city.
ala ka kuma
kotunu ave
jimini sangulo ko wo be la de linga keno fosa gbelebo aka kete
From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth.
aka gbele woto la kudukro ka jila deni tola ko koji ala kaye ko wote kanyi
Was 100 years old. He became the father of a facsad.
woke ala ka fo ave
Facsad
bi kolomani senefe sun be fe dukuro koka minu ya ide kela abeni aita su
35.
aka kete
He became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years and had other sons.
ni kolomani senefe sube ka fele dukuro koka minu ya ide kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene ka bo wo ka ketere sawa nale
Shelah lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters.
ala ka kuma
kotunu ave
34 years
mene fenu bo sambulo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas elule kalonu ni sanu ani lo mbaru damna jia
130 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu.
wulu ke sambulo ka kene ya di dukuro ma aka kete
Lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters.
ala kamene fe ba flala da kabubata la sitere wate kuna kado manda la sisu wate kuna akalo ni lu fanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sambulo fosa ay kene ya di dukuro ma
And had other sons and daughters.
akaila sitere ni suwate kuna ka kene ani dili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene ka bo wo ka ketere nani nale
Sirach lived 200 years and had other sons.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
Paul had lived
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu kro
ka si ya
bu ba le ko no li sani du wote
aka ko ji kro fe fali lo dan ani ko kro fe to lu be ka ke ko lu kro ka si ya abeni aita sura ka kono su be dan ala ka ye ko ote ka ni aka kuma kabala ka do aylo ave jeru jiri ka si ya ko ji fambelo ani ko no lu jiri ka si ya du kro ko kan suka ko kele ka bo ka ke te lulu na le ala ka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe su be ke du kro ko kan ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tu ko solu abeni aita su aka kete aka tu ko so ni kro fe ni fofo ni fe su be da ala ka ye ko wote ka ni wo be ko ala ka fo ave
imoni vinu da kake nuku sangwa le kebo mola
aya isi du kro
kuna ka kundi yake je kono ko fe ani fofo ni fe be kuna
ala ka moni vinu da kake ale ku sawulale kai bo ale kula aka da kake ke ni mosole
ala ka kuma ka ba ka do aylo ave ajiri ka jese du kro fambelo ka ya fana mayala aka ai do kundi yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala ka fa ye ave sene fe sube ani koro mane sube mi du kro ko kan ne wuru be di ai makake ai balole ko fe tu kro so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini fla buru be di ni ma fe sube makake ai balole aka kete ala ka dani fe mbe ma fla ka ye ko wo bete kanyi ko sebe su ka ko kene ka bo ka ketre wolo na le Adam na lo ala ka sangro ni du ko dame du ko lo chande te bene ado je kende gba sakala ji bale la inde dunu nya fambelo ado lo divinde ado ala fo ni teti minti mina jikuna ala ka fo ave kene ya bo kele akabo ala ka ye ko kene ya tekanyi ala ka kene ani dibi wote bo nyona aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo o ka ke tele kuvrole ala ka kuma kotunu ave dai ke jinute ma ka wote boy nyona wo ka ke jiminute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona ka pekene balada aitema aka kete aka pekele batola ko samboro suka ko kene kabo wo ka ke tele flanale
with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
jimini samboro ko wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbele bo aka kete
aka gbele wo tola ko du kuro ka jila deni tola ko koji ala ka ye ko wote kanyi
because the famine was severe.
wo ke ala ka fo ave bi ni koromani sene fesu be fele du kuro ko kan mi ye de kela abeni aita su aka kete bi ni koromani sene fesu be ka fele du kuro ko kan mi ye de kela abeni aita su ala ka ye ko wote kanyi suka ko kele kabo wo ka ketre sawa na le ala ka kuma kotunu ave mene finu bo sangro lo ka tele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas elule ka lonu ni sanu ani lo mbalu damna ja wulu ke sambro lo ka kene ya di du kuro ma aka kete ala kamene fe ba flala da kabuba da ala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufana da akamene fe ulu ke sangro lo fosa aikene ya di du kuro ma akaila sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo kaketre nani nale ala ka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fenu ke ko lu ko kaisi aya bubale ko lu ni di sani du wote adaminalo ala kasabo ni du ko dame du ko lo changete bene ado jikende basakala tibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado ala ya fonye tetimi na jikuna ala ka fo ave kene ye bo kene akabo ala kaye ko kene atekanyi ala ka kene anidi mi wote bo nyona aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo o ka ketele kuvrole ala ka kuma ko tunu ave ba ke jinute ma ka wote bo nyona wo ka ke jiminute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo nyona ka gbekele balada aitema aka kete aka gbekele batola ko sangoro suka ko kele ka bo wo ka ketele flanale
alaka kuma kotunu ave
timini sangro kolo wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbele bo akakete
akagbele wo to la kodu kuro kaji la de ni to la ko koji alaka ye ko te kanyi
like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt toward Zoar. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah.
woke alaka fo ave
The whole plain of
bi ni koloma ni senefe su be fere dukuru koka miru ye de kela abeni aitasu akakete bi ni koloma ni senefe su be kafe dukuru koka miru ye de kela abeni aitasu alaka ye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kele ka bo wo ka kete so anale
and was sinning greatly against the Lord.
alaka kuma
kotunu ave
After Lot had
menefini ubo sangro lo katire ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalunu ni sanu anilo mbaru damna jia wulu ke sangro lo kakene ya di dukuru ma akakete
alaka mena fe ba fla ala da kabubata ala si tre wate kuna kadoma da ala si su wate kuna akalolo ni lu fanada
akamele fe wulu ke sangro lo fosa aikene ya di dukuru ma
So Abram moved his tent,
akaila si tre ni su wate kuna kakene ani dili wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanyi
built an altar to the Lord. Genesis 14.
adamina lo alaka sangro ni dukuru dambe
King of Shinar, Dariach, king of Elisar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim, went to
dukuro lo jande tebele
king of Sodom,
ado jikende basakala chibale la inde duminya fambelo ado lo divinde ado alaya fonye tetimi jimina jikuna
king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar,
alaka fo ave
kene ya ebo kene ya kabo
the salt sea.
alaka ye
ko kene atekanye alaka kene ya nidili wote bo inyona
But in the 13th year they rebelled,
akakene atola ko tere kadidi tola ko susu kako kene kabo wo kaketere kuvolole
went out and defeated the Rephaites in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Subsides in Ham, the Emites in Sheva Kiriathaim,
alaka kuma kotunu ave yake jirute maka wote bo inyona
as far as El Paran near the desert.
wokake ji minute sama
Turn back and
ani minute du ma
that is
aka wulu wote bo inyona ka gbekene balada aikema
story of the Amalekites,
akakete
the Amorites who were living in Hazazon Tamar.
aka gbekene ba tola ko sangro suka ko kene kabo wokake tele flanale
King of Zeboim and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim.
alaka kuma kotunu
ave
Elam.
jimini sangro kolo wo be la de dingara ke no fosa gbele bo akakete
And Arioch, king of Elisar, 4 kings against 5.
akabele wo tola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanyi
Gomorrah fled. Some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills.
woke alaka fo ave
All the goods of
di koloma ni senefe su be fere dukuru koka miru ye de kela abeni aitasu
they went away.
akakete ni koloma ni senefe su be kafe dukuru koka miru ye de kela abeni aitasu alaka ye ko wote kanyi
Since he was living in Sodom,
suka ko kene kabo wo kaketere sawa nale
the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied with Abram.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
Taken captive.
menefinu bo sangro lo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu anilo mbaru damna jia wulu ke sangro lo kakene di dukuru ma akakete
Pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus.
alaka mena fe ba fla ala da kabubata ala si tre wate kuna kadoma na ala si su wate kuna akalolo ni lu fanada
aka menefe wulu ke sangro lo fosa akene ya di dukuru ma
The king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Sheva, that is the king's valley.
akaila si tre ni su wate kuna kakene ani dili wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanyi
He was priest of God Most High.
suka ko kene kabo wo kaketere nani nale
Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and
alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fini ke ko olu ko
kaisi ya
bubale kono lu ni sani du wote
Then Abram gave him a tenth of everything.
aka ko ji krofin fali luda ani ko krofin tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi ya abene aita su aka ko lo su be dan ala kai ko wote kanyi
But
Akakuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jili kasia ya koji fambelo ani kono jili kasia ya dukulu kokan. Suka ko kene kabo ka ketele lolu nale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafesu beke dukulu koka kulu fenu fovo ni fenu ani tukolo sulu abe ni aita su akakete.
Adaminalo alaka sangolo ni dukulu dambre.
Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward.
Dukulu lo jaindete bene. Ado je kende basakala ti balela inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado alaya fonye tetimi jimina jikuna alaka fo ave
Kene ya mo kene ya kabo. Alaka ye ko kene ya tekanye alaka kene ya ni divi wote bwenyona.
Aka kene atola ko tele kadidi tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo ka ketele kuvolole. Alaka kuma kotunu ave like jiru tema ka wote bwenyona.
Woka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bwenyona aka gbekene balada aitema aka kete. Aka gbekele bato la ko sangolo suka ko kene ka bo woka ke telefla na ye. Alaka kuma kotunu
Ave
jimini sangolo kolo wo be la de dingala ke no fosa gbele bo aka kete.
aka gbele woto la ko dukulu ka jila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko tekanye.
The birds, however, he did not cut in half.
Woke alaka fo ave bi ni kolomani sene fesu be fele dukulu koka miru ye dekela abeni aitasu aka kete. Nini kolomani sene fesu be ka fele dukulu koka miru ye dekela abeni aitasu ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketele sawa nale.
Know for certain that your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and they will be enslaved and mistreated 400 years.
Alaka kuma
Kotunu ave
Dene finu bo sambolo ka tele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maserule ka lonu ni sanu manilu mbaru damnaja. Wulu ke sambolo ka kene di dukulu ma aka kete.
Peace and be buried at a good old age.
alaka mene fe bafla ala da kabuba ta ala si tere wate kuna kadoma da ala si su wate kuna akalolo ni lu fanada.
Aka mele fe wulu ke sangolo fosa akene adi dukulu ma.
Smoking firepot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces.
Akala si tere ni su wate kuna kakene anigili wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
To your descendants I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketere nani nale.
Kenizzites, Cadmonites,
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
Ni ma fe ni ke ko olu ko
kaisi ya
bubale ko lu di sani du wote.
akako ji krofe fali luda ani ko krofe tolu be kaike ko lu kro kaisi ya abeni aita su akako no su beda alakai ko wote kanyi.
Genesis 16
Adamina lo alaka sangolo ni duko dambre.
had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian maidservant named Hagar.
Lukro lo jandete bini. Ado jeke inde basakala ti balila inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo dilinde ado alaya fonye tetimi dimina jikuna.
Abram agreed to what Sarai said.
Alaka fo ave
Kene bo kele akabo.
Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian maidservant Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept.
alaka ye
Ko kene atekanyi alaka kene ani divi wote bo nyona.
She began to despise her mistress.
akakene atola ko tele kadidi tola ko susuka ko kene kabo woka ketele kuvolole.
servant in your arms. And now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me.
Akakuma kotunu ave. Like Jirutema kai wote boy nyona.
Wokake ji minute sama. Ani minute duma. Aka wuru wote boy nyona ka gbekele balada itema. Akakete. Aka gbekele ba tola ko sangboro suka ko kele kabo wokake telefla nale.
I'm running away from my mistress Sarai.
Alaka kuma kotunu.
Ave.
Jimini sangboro kolo wo be la de dinka ke no. Fosa gbele bo akakete.
Akagbele woto la kudu kulo ka jila deni to la kokoji alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Woke alaka fo
Ave.
Bi ni kromani senefe su be fere du kulo kokan mi ya idekela abeni aita su. Akakete. Ni kromani senefe su be ka fere du kulo kokan mi ya idekela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketre sawa nale.
You are the God who sees me. I have now seen the one who sees me.
Alaka kuma
Kotunu ave.
Menefinu bo sangboro lo katere ni su wote bo nyona wuluke Thomas elule kalonu ni sanu ani lombaru damnaja wuluke sangboro lo kakene ya didu kuluma akakete.
Ala kamene feba fla ala da kabubata ala site wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalo ni lufana da.
Adamina lo akasangboro ni dukulo dame.
Dukulo lo jandete bene. Ado jekende pasakala chibali la inde dunya fambelo. Ado lo divinde ado ala fo ne tetimi jimina jikuna. Ala ka fo ave.
Kene ya ebo kene akabon.
Ala kaye ku
Kene ya tekanyi ala kakene ya ni divi wote bo nyona.
Aka kene ya fola ku tele kadidi tola ko susuka ko kele kabo woka ketere kumvolole. Ala kakuma kotunu ave. Balke jirute maka wote bo nyona.
Wokake ji minute sama. Ani minute duma. Aka wuru wote bo nyona aka gbekene balada itema. Akakete. Aka gbekele ba tola ko sangboro suka ko kene aka bo wokake telefla nale. Alaka kuma kotunu
ave.
Jimini sangboro kolo wo be la de dinga kele no. Fosa gbele bo akakete.
Akagbele woto la kodukuro kajila deni to la kokoji alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Woke alaka fo ave. Di nikolomani senefe su be fere dukulo kokan mi ya idekela abeni aita su. Akakete ni nikolomani senefe su be ka fere dukulo kokan mi ya idekela abeni aita su. Alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketre sawa nale.
Alaka kuma
kotunu ave.
Menefinu bo sangboro lo katere ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas elule kalonu ni sanu ani lombaru damnaja. Wulu ke sangboro lo kakene ya didu kuluma akakete.
Ala kamene feba fla ala da kabubata ala site wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada.
Aka menefe wulu ke sangboro lo fosa aikene ya didu kuluma.
Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90?
Akaila sitere ni suwate kuna kakene ya nidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kayi. Suka ko kene kabo woka ketere nani na ale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
Nima feni ke kolu ko
kaisi ya
bubale kono wili di sani du wote.
aka ko ji kro fe fali lu dan ani ko kro fe to lu be kai ke ko lu kro kasia ya abeni aita sulu aka ko lo su be dan ala kai ko ote kanyi aka kuma ka baraka do ailo ave jelu jiri kasia ya ko ji fambelo ani ko no lu jiri kasia ya du kro ko kan suka ko kene kabo ka keto lu na le alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafe sube ke du kro ko kan ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tuko solo abeni aita su aka kete aka tuko so ni kro fe ni fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko te kanyi wo be ko aka fo ave
imoni finu da kake nuku sa wale ke bomola
aya isi du kro kuna ka kundi yake je kono ko fe ani fofo ni fe be kuna
ala ka moni finu da kake ale busa wulale kai bo ale gula aka da kake keni mosole adaminalo ala ka sambo ni du kro dambe
du kro lo janje te bini ado je kende basakala kibale la inde dunya fambelo ado lo divinde ado ala ya fonye titimindimi na jikuna ala ka fo ave
kene ye bo kene akabo ala ka ye ko kene ate kanyi ala ka kene ani dili wote bo inyona
aka kene atola ko tere kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo uka ketene kumbolole
Very well. Do as you say.
alaka kuma kotunu ave dake jilu fema kai wote bo inyona
wo ka ke ji minute sama ani minute du ma aka wuru wute bo nyona aka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekene batola kusango su ka ko kene ka bo wo ka kete le flana le
While they ate, he stood near them under a tree.
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sanguro kolo wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbelebo aka kete
aka bele wo tola ko du kro kajila deni tola ko koji ala kaye ko te kanyi
And Sarah, your wife, will have a son.
Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent which was behind him.
woke ala ka fo ale di kroma ni sene fe su be fe du kro ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aika su aka kete nini kroma ni sene fe su be ka fele du kro ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketere swa na le
And say, will I really have a child now that I am old?
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
mene fenu bo sangbulo lo katre ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke thomas elule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbaru damna jia wulu ke sangbulo lo ka kene ya di du kro ma aka kete
Yes, you did laugh.
alaka mene feba flala da kabuba tala si tere wate kuna kadoma da la sisu wate kuna akalo ni lufanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sangbulo lo fosa akene ya di du kro ma
About to do.
akala si tele ni su wate kuna ka kene ani dili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi
Nations on earth will be blessed through him.
suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketere nali na le
Direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fenu ke ko lu kro
kaisi ya
bubale kono lu ni di sani du wote
aka ko ji kro fe fali luda ani ko kro fe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi ya abeni aita sula ka ko lo su be dan ala kai ko wo se kanyi aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jiri kaisi ya ko ji fambelo ani ko no lu jiri kaisi ya du kro ko ka suka ko kele kabo ka keto elu na le
Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked?
alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke du kro ko kan ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tu kro solo abeni aita su aka ketile
50 righteous people in it?
aka tu kro so ni kro fe ni fofo ni fe sube da la kaye ko wote kanyi
Righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all the earth do
Wobeko alakafo ave.
Limoni vinu na kake nubu saula le kabomola.
Aya sidukolo
kuna kakundi yake je kono kofe ani fofoni fembe kuna.
Ala ka moni vinu da kake ale bu saula le kaibo ale bula akaida kake keni mosole.
Ala ka kuma kabala kadwailo ave.
Aye jiri ka jese dukolo fambelo kaya fanga mayala akan ay do kundi yake je kono ani nima fe tolu be kuna. Ala ka fo aye ave senefe sube ani koromane sube minu dukolo kokan ne wuru bedi ay makake ay balole ko fe tu koloso kono ani fofo ni fe me bini fla buru bedi ni ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete.
I will not do it if I find 30 there.
Ala ka dani fe be mafre kaye ko obete kanye ko sebe suka ko kena kabo wo kaketere wona le.
Speaking with Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home. Genesis 19.
Adaminalo alakasangro ni duko dambe.
And Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground.
Duko lo jainde bini. Ado chikende basakala chibali la inde dunya fabelo ado lo divinde ado alaya fonye tetimindi mina chikuna.
Spend the night and then go on your way early in the morning.
No, we will spend the night in the square.
Alaka fo ave
Kele bo kele ya kabon.
He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate.
Alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene ni dibi wote bonyona.
The city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house.
akakene atola kutele kadili tola kususuka kukele kabo wukaketele kuvolole alaka kuma kotunu ave like jiru tema ka wote bonyona
wukake ji minute sama ani minute duma
no
aka wulu wote bonyona ka begene balada aitema akakete aka gbekene batola ko sangoro suka ko kene kabo wukaketele filanale.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
jimini sangoro koro wo be la de dingala kreno fosa gbere bo akakete
They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door.
akagbele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola kokoji alakaye ko tekanyi
woke alaka fo ave bi di kolomani senefe su be fe du kolo kokan miru ye dekela abeni aita su akakete ni kolomani senefe su be ka fle du kolo kokan miru ye dekela abeni aita su alaka ye ko tekanyi
suka ko kene kabo wukaketre sawa nale
alaka kuma
kotunu ave
mene finu bo sambulo katele ni sugote bolnyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu nisanu ani lumbalu daminagia wulu ke sambulo kakene adi du kuluma akakete
Hurry, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished.
alaka mene fe ba flala da kabuba ta ala sitere wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sambulo fosa aikene adi du kuluma
akaila sitere ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo woka ketere na inale
And you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I'll die. Look,
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu kro
ka si aya
bubale kono lu ni li sani du wote
aka kwadi ko fe fayilu dan ani kokoro fe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro ka si aya abena ita su aka kono su bedan ala kai ko te kanyi aka kuma ka ba aka do ailo ave jelu jili kasi aya ko ji fambelo ani kono lu jili kasi aya du kro koka suka ko kele ka bo ka ketre lu nale alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukuro ko kan ko fe no fovo ni fe no ani tu ko solo abeni aita su akakete akatu ko so ni kuro fe ni fovo ni fe sube da la kaye ko te kanyi wobe ko akafo ave
dimoni finu da kake nu gusa wale kabo mola aya si dukuro kuna kakuni yake je kono ko fe ani fovo ni fembe kuna
ala kamoni finu da kake ale gusa wulale kai bo ale gula akada keke ni musole
ala ka kuma ka bala ka do elo ave aje ka jesa du kuro fambelo ka ya fana mayala aka aido kunti yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna
ala ka fo aye ale sene fe sube ani kuro mane sube mi du kuro ko kan ne wuru be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tu ko so kono ani fofo ni fe me bi ni flabu be di ni ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete
alaka dani febe mafra kaye ko wobete kanye ko sebe suka ko kela kabo woka ketre wolonale
That night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and lay with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day the older daughter said to the younger,
Last night I lay with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and lie with him, so we can preserve our family line through our father.
So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went and lay with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ammi. He is the father of the Ammonites of today. Genesis 20.
Adamina lo ala kasambro ni du kuro da me
The region of the Negev, and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gera.
lukuro lo jaindete bele ado je kende basakala jibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado ala efo nete timindimina jikuna ala kafo ave
kene ya bo kene ya kabon
You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman.
ala kaye ko kene ya te kanyi ala ka kene ya ni divi wote boy nyona
Will you destroy an innocent nation?
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo ko ka ketre kuvrole
He is my brother. I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands.
aka kuma kotunu ave dalke jirute ma kai wote boy nyona
And so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her.
woka ke ji minute sama ani minute du ma aka wuru wote boy nyona ka gbe kene balada aitema aka kete aka gbe kele ba tola ko sangro suka ko kene ka bo woka ke teleflanale
Told them all that had happened. They were very much afraid.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
jimini sambro koro wo be la de dingara kele no fosa gbele gbo aka kete
Wronged you, that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom. You have done things to me that should not be done.
akabele wotola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji ala kaye ko te kanyi
woke ala ka fo ave bi ni koromani sene fe su be fe du kuro ko kan mi ye de kela abeni aita su aka kete bi ni koromani sene fe su be ka fere du kuro ko kan mi ye de kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre sawa na le
Household, I said to her, "This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, he is my brother."
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
Sheep and
menefinu bo samburu lo katele ni suwute bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu anilo mbaru damna jia wulu ke samburu lo kakene yadidu kuruma akakete.
My land is before you. Live wherever you like.
Ala kamene feba flala da kabuba tala si tre wate kuna kadoma dala sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lufanada.
Offense against you before all who are with you. You are completely vindicated.
Akamene fe wulu ke samburu lo fosa aikene yadidu kuruma.
His wife and his slave girls, so they could have children again.
Akala si tre ni su wate kuna kakene anidili utebo ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Because of Abraham's wife Sarah. Genesis 21
Adam na lo ala kasangbo ni du kuro damble.
had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised.
Du kuro lo cha indete bini.
And bore a son to
Ado jekende basakala jibale la inde duminya fambelo.
at the very
Ado lo dilinde ado alaya fo ne tetimi dimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave
Kene ya bo kene ya kambo.
alaka ye ko
Kene ya tekanye akakene ya ni dibi wote bo nyona.
circumcised him as God commanded him.
aka kene atola ko tele kadidi tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo o ka ketele kumbolole. Alaka kuma ko tunu ave dalke jiru tema kai wote boy nyona.
Laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me.
Wokake ji minute sama ani minute duma
There's children
aka wulu wote bo nyona ka gbekele balada atema akakete aka gbekele ba tola ko samburu suka ko kene kabo wokake tele flanale
Abraham held a great feast.
alaka kuma ko
Kotunu ave
jimini samburu kolo wo be la de dinga keno fosa gbere bo akakete
aka gbele wo tola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
woman and her son, for that slave woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son, Isaac.
woke alaka fo ave
Distressed,
bi ni kolomani sene fe sube fe dukuro ko kan minu ye dekla abeni aita su
God said,
akakete bi ni kolomani sene fe sube ka fe dukuro ko kan minu ye dekla abeni aita su alaka ye ko wote kanyi
Suka ko kene kabo o ka ketre sawa nale.
alaka kuma ko
Kotunu ave
mene finu bo samburu lo ka tele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maserule kalonu ni sanu anilo mbaru daminaja
she went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba.
wulu ke samburu lo ka kene yadi dukuro ma akakete
ala kamene feba flala da kabuba ta ala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lufanada.
And as she sat there nearby, she began to sob.
aka mene fe wulu ke samburu lo fosa ai kene yadi dukuro ma
Said to her,
What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there.
Akala si tele ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi. Suka ko kene kabo o ka ketre nani nale.
water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu ko
kasi ya
bubale kono lu ni di sa ni du wote
aka koji krofin falilu dan ani ko krofin tolu be kai ke kolu kro kasi ya abeni aita suna ka kono su be dan ala kai ko wote kanyi. Aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jini kasi ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jini kasi ya dukuru koka.
Everything you do,
Suka ko kele kabo ka ketre lulu nale.
you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you are living as an alien the same kindness I have.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafesu be keduko koka ko fenu fofo ni fenu ani tukro solu abeni aita sulu.
Abraham complained
Akakete akatukro soni kro feni fofo ni fesu be da alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
that Abimelek's servants had seized.
Wobe ko alaka fo ave
Vimoni finu da kake nubusa wa yake bomola. Aya isi dukolo kuma kakundi yake je kono kofe. Ani fofo ni feme kuna.
Ala ka moni dunu da kake ale busa urale kaibo ale bula. Akaida kake keni mosole.
And the two men made a treaty.
Ala ka kuma kabala kadwailo ave. Aiji ka jese dukolo fambelo kaya fana mayala akan aido kunti yake je kono. Ani nima fe tolu be kuna. Ala ka fo aye ave sene fe sube. Ani koromane sube mi dukolo kokan ne wuru be di ay makake abalole. Ko fetu koloso kono ani fofo ni fe me bini flabu be di ni no fe sube makake abalole akakete. Alaka dani fembe mafila kaye ko wobete kanye ko sewe suka ko kene kabo wo kaketere woro nale.
After the treaty had been made at Beersheba, Abimelek and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba. There he called upon the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Genesis 22.
Adamina lo ala kasangolo ni dukolo dambre.
He said to him,
Abraham,
here I am.
Dukolo jendete bine. Ado jikende basagala tibalila inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo divinde ado ala fonye tetimi dimina jikuna. Ala kafo ave
Kene ya bokene akabon.
He took with him two of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about.
ala kai ku
Kene ya tekanye ala kakene ya nidivi wote bo nyona.
aka kene ya tola ko tere kadidi tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo kaketele kumbolole. Ala kakuma kotunu ave dalke jirute ma kai wote bo nyona.
He himself carried the fire and the knife. As the two of them went on together,
Wo kake ji minute sama. Ani minute du ma aka wuru wote bo nyona aka gbekene balada aitema. Akakete.
But where's the lamb for the burnt offering?
Aka gbekene batola ko sangolo suka ko kene kabo wo kake teleflanale.
and the two of them went on together.
Ala kakuma kutunu.
Ave
Jimini sambolo kolo wo bela de dinga keno fosa gbelebo akakete.
The wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood.
akabele wo tola ko dukolo kajila deni tola ko koji ala kaye ko tekanye.
Woke ala ka fo ave.
To him from heaven,
Di kromani sene fesu be fe dukolo kokan mi ya dekela abeni aita su. Akakete nini kromani sene fesu be kafe dukolo kokan mi ya dekela abeni aita su. Ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo wo kaketere sawa nale.
showed a ram caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son.
Ala ka kuma
Kodunu ave
mene finu bo sambolo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbaru damna ja wulu ke sambolo kakene ya di dukolo ma akakete.
ala kamene feba fla ala da kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lu fanada.
That because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son,
Aka mele fe wulu ke sambolo fosa aikene ya di dukolo ma.
as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore, your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies.
Akala sitre ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi. Suka ko kene kabo wo kaketere nani nale.
And they set off together for Beersheba. And Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Sometime
Ala kakuma kotunu ave
Ni ma fe ni ke ko olukolo
kaisi aya
bubale kono wili di sani du wote.
akakoji krofe failu da ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kaisi aya abene aita sulu akakono su be dan ala kai ko wote kanyi. Akakuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jili kasi aya koji fambelo ani kono lu jili kasi aya dukuro koka. Suka ko kene kabo wo kaketelu nale.
Rebekah. Milcah bore these 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor.
alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafesu be kedu kolo koka ko freno fofo ni feno ani tu kolo solu abeni aita su akakete.
Genesis 23.
Adaminalo alaka sangboro ni du kolo dandwe.
Du kolo lo jainde te bene. Ado jekende pasakala chibalela inde dununya fabelo. Ado lo divinde ado alaya fonye tetimiji mina jikuna. Alaka fo ave kene ya ebo kene ya kabo. Alaka ye ko kene ya tekanye alaka kene ya nidivi wote boy nyona. Aka kene ya tola ko telekadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo ka ketele kumvolole. Alaka kuma kotunu ave dai kejiru tema ka wote boy nyona.
Woka keji minute sama ani minute duma aka wuru wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekele ba tola ko sangoro suka ko kene kabo woka ketele flanale.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
jimini sangoro koro wo be la de dinga kreno fosa gbere bo akakete
akagbele woto akudukuro kajila deni to la kokoji alakaye ko te kanye.
Woke akafo ave bi kromani senefesu be fere dukuro koka miru ye dekela abeni aitasu akakete bini kromani senefesu be ka fere dukuro koka miru ye dekela abeni aitasu alakaye ko te kanye
suka ko kela kabo ka ketre sawanale.
Alaka kuma kotunu
ave
mene fenu bo sambulo katele ni suwote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas elule kalonu ni sanu anilo mbalo damnajia wulu ke sambulo kakene yadi dukuruma akakete
alaka mene feba flala da kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma dala sisu wate kuna akadolo nilu fanada
400 shekels of silver according to the weight current among the merchants.
akamele fe wulu ke sambulo fosa akene yadi dukuruma
akaila sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanye suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nali nale
In the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which is at Abram, in the land of Canaan.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma feni ke ko olu ko
kaisi aya
bubale kono ru ni di sani du wote.
Genesis 24.
Adaminalo alaka sambo ni du ko damre
And the Lord had blessed him in every way.
dukuro lo jainete bene ado jike inde basakala jibalela inde dununya fambelo ado lo divinde ado alayafo ne tetimi dimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya ebo kene akabo alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene anidivi wote bo nyona
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo woka ketre kumvolole.
Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from?
Alaka kuma kotunu ave dai kejiru tema ka wote bo nyona
woka keji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo nyona ka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekene batola ko samboro suka ko kene kabo woka ke telefla nale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini samboro kolo wo be la de dinga kreno fosa gbelebo aka kete
akagbele woto la kudukuro kajila deni tola kokoji alakaye ko tekanye. Woke alakafo ave
bi ni koroma ni senefe sube fe du kuro kokan miri edekela abeni aita suru akakete ni koroma ni senefe sube kafele du kuro kokan miri edekela abeni aita su ala kaye ko te kanyi
and show kindness to my master Abraham.
Suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre sawa nale.
And the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water.
Ala kakuma kotunu ave
menefenu bo sangrulo katele ni suwote bonyona wuluke to maserule kalonu nisanu anilombaru damina jia.
She says, "Drink, and I'll water your camels too. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master."
Wuluke sangrulo kakene yadi duru kuruma akakete
came out with a jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor.
ala kamene fe bafila la da kabubata la sitre wate kuna kadoma na la sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada
Filled her jar and came up again.
aka menefe wuluke sangrulo fosa aikene yadi duru kuruma
Give me a little water from your jar.
akala sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kayi suka ko kele kabo wo ka ketre nali nale
I'll draw water for your camels too, until they have finished drinking.
ala kakuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu ko
kai sia ya
bubale ko lo wilindi sanidu wote
aka ko ji krofe falilu dan ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kai sia ya abena ita su aka ko no su be dan ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala kado ayelo ave jelu jili kasia ya ko ji fambelo ani ko no lu jili kasia ya du kuro kokan suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketere lulu nale
Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?
ala kakuma kotunu ave ni mafe sube ke du kuro kokan ko fenu fofo ni fenu ani tukoro sulu abeni aita su akakete akatukoro soni kuro feni fofo ni fe sube da ala kaye ko wote kanyi wo be ko ala kafo ave
di moni vinu da kake nugu sawa le kai bomola
aya
si du kuro kuna kakundi yake je kono ko fe ali fo moni fe mekuna
ala ka moni vinu da kake ale busa wulale kai bo ale bula akai da kake keni musole
As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives.
ala kakuma kabala kado ayelo ave
aje ka jese du kuro fambelo kaya fanda mayala akan aido kundi yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala ka fa ye ale senefe sube ani koroma ne sube mini du kuro kokan ne wuru be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tu koro sokolo ani fofo ni fe ne bini fla buru be di ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete
Rebekah tell what the man said to her. He went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring.
ala kada ni febe mafra kaye ko wo bete kanyi ko sebe suka ko kene kabo ka ketre wo nale
So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said,
I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say.
Then tell us.
I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, men servants and maid servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath and said, You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I live, but go to my father's family and to my own clan and get a wife for my son. Then I asked my master, What if the woman will not come back with me? He replied, whom I have walked will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son, from my own clan and from my father's family. Then, when you go to my clan, you will be released from my oath. Even if they refuse to give her to you, you will be released from my oath. When I came to the spring today, I said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside this spring. If a maiden comes out to draw water, and I say to her, please, let me drink a little water from your jar, and if she says to me, drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too, let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out, with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water. And I said to her, please, give me a drink. She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, drink, and I'll water your camels too. So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, whose daughter are you? She said, the daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him. Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms. And I bowed down and worshiped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn.
Laban and Bethuel answered,
This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other.
Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed.
When Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said,
Send me on my way to my master.
But her brother and her mother replied,
Let the girl remain with us 10 days or so. Then you may go.
Do not detain me now that the Lord has granted success to my journey. Send me on my way so I may go to my master.
Let's call the girl and ask her about it.
So they called Rebekah and asked her,
Will you go with this man?
I will go.
So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way, along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her,
Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the gates of their enemies.
Then Rebekah and her maids got ready and mounted their camels and went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Beer-lahai, for he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate, and as he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant,
Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?
He is my master.
So she took her hair and covered herself. Then servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Genesis 25.
Adamina lo alakasa gboni duko dambre.
Duko lo jandete bene. Ado jekende basakala chibale la inde duminya fambelo. Ado lo dilinde, ado alaya fonye tetimiji mina jikuna. Alaka fo ave.
Kene ya ebo kene ya kabo. Alaka ye ko kele ya tekanye alaka kene ya nidibi wote bwenyona.
All these were descendants of Keturah.
Aka kene atola ko tele kadiri tola ko susuka ko kene kabo woka ketere kumbolole. Alaka kuma kotunu ave. Like jirute maka wote bwenyona.
And sent them away from his son Isaac to the
Woka ke jiminute sama, ani minute duma. Aka wulu wote bwenyona ka gbekele balada aitema. Aka kete, aka gbekele ba tola ko sangolo suka ko kene kabo woka ketele flanale.
and he was gathered to his people.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
Jimini sangolo ko wobe la de dingala kleno. Fosa gbelebo aka kete.
In the field of Ephraim, son of Zoah the Hittite.
Akabele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola kukoji alakaye ko tekaini.
Woke alaka fo ave. Bi ni kolomani senefe sube fere dukuro koka miri edikela abe ni aita su. Aka kete ni kolomani senefe sube ka fere dukuro koka miri edikela abe ni aita su. Alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo wokaketre sawa nale.
Listed in the order of their birth: Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael; Kedah, Abiel,
Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
Menefinu bo sambulo katele ni su wote bo nyona wuluke Thomas lule kalonu ni sanu ani lombalu damna ja wuluke sabulo kakene adi dukuruma akakete.
Alaka menefe ba flala da kabuba ta ala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lufanada.
Aka menefe wuluke sambulo fosa aikene adi dukuruma.
Akala sitele ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bo alakaye ko wote kanyi.
as you go toward Asher, and they lived in hostility toward all their brothers.
Suka ko kene kabo wokaketre nani nale.
Abraham became the father of Isaac.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
Ni ma fe ni ke ko lukro
Kaisi ya
bubale kono lu ni di sani du wote.
And sister of Laban, the Abimelek.
Akakoji krofe faliluda ani kokoro fe tolu beka ke kolu kro kaisi ya abeni aitasu akakono subeda alakaye ko wote kaini. Akakuma kabala kado ailo ave. Jeru jili kasia ya koji fambelo ani kono jili kasia ya dukulu koka. Suka ko kene kabo kaketre lu nale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafe sube ke dukulu koka ko fenu fofo ni fenu ani tukolo solu abeni aitasu akakete akatukolo soni kulo fene fofo ni fe subeda alakaye ko wote kanyi.
So they named him Esau.
Wobeko alaka fo ave.
Dumoni finu da kake nubusa wale ke bo mola.
Aya isidu ko kuna
Kundi yake je kono kofe. Ani fofo ni fembe kuna.
Ala kamoni viru da kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale bula akeda kake keni musole.
While Jacob was a quiet man, staying among the tents.
Alaka kuma kama kadwaelo ave.
Ajiri ka chese dukuro fambelo kaya fana mayala akan aido kundi yake je kono. Ani ni ma fe toru bekuna. Alaka fa ye ave senefe sube ani kolomane sube miri dukuro koka ne wuru bedi la makake ay balule. Ko fe tu kolo so kono ani fofo ni fe mebi ni fla buru bedi ni ma fe sube ma kake ay balule akakete.
That is why he was also called
Alaka dani febe mafre kaye ko wobete kanye ko sebe suka ko kena kabo wokaketre woro nale.
I am about to die. What good is the birthright to me?
Swear to me first.
So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank and then got up and left. So Esau despised his birthright. Genesis 26.
adamina lo ala kasangolo ni dukolo dambe.
Besides the earlier famine of Abraham's time, Isaac went to Abimelek, king of the Philistines, in Gerar.
dukolo lo jainde tebeni ado jikenje gbasakala kibalila inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinge ado alaya fo nyete tiriji mina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya ibo kene akabo.
For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands, and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham.
Alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene ya ne divi wote boy nyona.
And will give them all these lands, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed.
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo o ka ketele kuvorole
My decrees and my laws.
alaka kuma kotunu ave yake jirute ma ka wote boy nyona
Woka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona ka kene balada atema aka kete
of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful.
aka kene batola ko sangolo suka ko kene kabo woka ketele flanale.
From a window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah.
Alaka kuma kotunu
ave
And said,
ji minu sangolo ko wo be la de ninga ke no fosa gbelebo aka kete
I thought I might lose my life on account of her.
aka gbele wo tola ku dukolo kajila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanyi
And you would have brought guilt upon us.
woke alaka fo ave di koromani senefen su be fe dukolo ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su aka kete ni koromani senete su be ka fele dukolo ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
because the Lord blessed him.
suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele sawa nale
Continued to grow until he became very wealthy.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
And herds and
mene fenu bo sangolo lo ka tele ni su wote bo nyona wuru ke to maselule ka lonu ni sanu ani lombaru damina jia wuru ke sangolo lo ka kene ya di dukolo ma aka kete
time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up, filling them with earth. Then Abimelech
alaka mene feba flala da kabuba tala si tre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lu fanada
aka mene fe wuru ke sangolo lo fosa ai kene ya di dukolo ma
and settled there.
akala si tele ni su wate kuna ka kene anidiri wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanyi
Had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them.
suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele nani nale
Fresh water there.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke kolu kro
kasia ya
buba le kono lu ni di sani du wote
Because they disputed
aka koji krofen failuda ani ko krofen tolu be kai ke kolu kro kaisia ya abeni aita sulu aka kono subedan alaka ko wote kanyi aka kuma kaba aka do ailo ave jelu jiri kasia ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jiri kasia ya dukulu koka
The Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land.
suka ko kene kabo ka ketre lulu nale alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukulu koka ko fe no fovo ni fe no ani tuko solo abeni aita sulu aka kete
I will bless you and will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham.
aka tuko soni kuro fe ni fovo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko wote kanyi
his tent, and there his servants dug a well.
wo be ko alaka fo ave
Could come to him.
dumoni finu da kake nu busa wale ke bo mola
aya isi dukulu kuna
kakundi yake je kono kofe ani fofo ni feme kuna
alaka moni viluda kai ke ale busa wulale kai bora ale gula akai da kai ke keni mosole
alaka kuma kaba ka doelo ave ajiri ka
jese dukuro fambero kaya fanda mayala aka aido kundi ya
ke je kono
ani ni ma fentoru be kuna
alaka fo ye
ave sene fesu be ani koromane su be miru dukuro koka ne wuru be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tu koro so kono ani fofo ni fe ne bi ni fla buru be di ni no fesu be makake ay balole akake te
alaka da ni fe be mafla kaye ko wo bete kanyi ko seve su kako kene kabo wo kake tere wona le
Their way, and they left him in peace. That day, Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug. They said,
We found water.
he called it Sheba, and to this day the name of the town has been Beersheba. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and also Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis 27.
Adaminalo alakasangro ni dukuro dabe.
So weak that he could no longer see, he called for Esau, his oldest son, and said to him,
My son, here I am.
Dukuro lo chanje tebini. Ado cheke inde pasakala chibale la inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo divinde. Ado alaya fonya tetimi jimina chikuna. Alakafo ave.
Kene emo kene akabo.
Alakaye
ko kene atekanye alaka kene ani dibi wote boy nyona.
Bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die.
aka kene atola ko tele kadi di tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo ka ke tele kuvolole.
When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back,
Alaka kuma kotuno ave. Daike jirutema ka wote boy nyola.
Wokake ji minute sama. Ani minute duma. Aka wulu wote boy nyona aka kwekene balada aitema. Aka kete. Aka kwekene batola ko sangoro suka ko kene kabo wokake teleflenale. Alaka kuma
Kotunu ave.
Di mini sangoro koro obe la de dingala ke no. Fosa belebo aka kete.
Akabele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola kokoji alakaye ko wote kanye.
Woke alakafo
Ave.
bi nikoloma ni senefe su befe dukuro koka miru ya nikela abeni aita su. Akakete ni nikoloma ni senefe su be kafele dukuro koka miru ya nikela abeni aita su. Alakaye ko wote kanye.
Suka ko kele kabo woka ketre sawa nale.
Alaka kuma
Kotunu ave.
menefini bo sangulo katire ni su wote boy nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbaru namnaja wulu ke sangulo kakene yadi dukuro ma akakete
which he had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob.
Alaka menefe ba flala da kabubata la sitre wate kuna kadoma da la sisu wate kuna akaloni lufanada.
akamenefe wulu ke sangulo fosa akene yadi dukuro ma
Akala sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bo alakaye ko wote kanyi. Suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale.
I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
bima feni ke ko lukro
Kasi ya
bubale kono lu ni di sanidu wote
aka ko jikro fe fayiluda ani ko kro fe tolu be kai ke ko lukro kasi ya abene aita su aka kono subeda alakai ko wote kanyi. Aka kuma kaba kado ailo ave. Jelu jiri kasi ya ko jifambelo ani kono lu jiri kasi ya dukuro koka. Suka ko kele kabo woka ketre lunale.
For his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau, so he blessed him.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukuro koka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tukoro solu abene aita su akakete akatu ko so ni kuro fe ni fofo ni fe sube dalala kaye ko wote kanye.
Jacob brought it to him, and he ate. And he brought some wine.
Wobeko alaka fo ave.
Limoni finu da kake nukusa wale kai Gomorrah.
Aya isidu ko kuna
Kakundi yake je kono kofe. Ani fofo ni fembe kuna.
ala kamoni duluda keke ale busa wulale kaibo ale gula akaida keke keni mosoye
The smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed.
alaka kuma kabala kadwailo ave. Ajiri ka jese
dukuro fambelo kaya funa mayala akan aido kunti yake
ke jakono
ani nima fe tolu be kuna
alaka fa ye
ave senefe su be ani kolomane su be miru dukuro koka ne wulu be di ay makake ay barole
Sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed.
ko fe tu kolo so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini fla bulu be di ni no fe su be makake ay barole akakete
alaka dani fembe mafla kaye ko wobete kanye ko sebe suka ko kene kabo woka ketele wolona le.
Get up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing. Who are you? I am your son, your firstborn, Esau.
Isaac trembled violently and said,
Who
Who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him. And indeed, he will be blessed.
When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry and said to his father,
Oh, bless me! Me too, my father!
Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing.
Isn't he rightly named Jacob? He has deceived me these 2 times. He took my birthright, and now he's taken my blessing. Haven't you reserved any blessing for me?
I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives his servants, and I have sustained him with grain and new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son?
Do you only have one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father!
Then Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac answered him,
Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck.
Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself,
The days of mourning for my father are near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob.
When Rebekah was told what her older son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him,
Your brother Esau is consoling himself with the thought of killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while, until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you, and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from me. Why should I lose both of you in one day?
Then Rebekah said to Isaac,
I'm disgusted with living because of these Hittite women. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these, my life will not be worth living.
Genesis 28.
Adamina lo alakasangbo ni dukuro dame.
Do not marry a Canaanite woman.
Dukuro lo jenje tebili. Ado jekende basakra jibale lende dununya fambero. Ado lo dilinde ado alayafo nye titimindi mina jikuna. Alaka fo ave.
Kene ya ebo kene ya kabo.
And increase your numbers until you become a community of people.
Alaka ye ko kene ya tekanyi alaka kene ya nidibi wote bwenyola.
So that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien. The land God gave to Abraham.
Aka kene ya tola kutele kadidi tola kususu kako kene kabo woka ketere kumbrole. Ala kakuma kwatunu ave daike jirute maka wote bwanyona
woka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wuru wote bwanyona aka bekene balada aikema aka kete aka bekene batola ko sango suka ko kene kabo woka ke tele flanale ala kakuma kwatunu
ave
timini sanguro ko wo be la de dingala ke no fosa gbere bo aka kete
akagbele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola kokoji alakaye ko wotekani
woke akafo ave bidi kolomani senefe sube fere dukuro kokan minu yede kela abeni aitasu akakete ini kolomani senefe sube ka fere dukuro kokan minu yede kela abeni aitasu alakaye ko wotekanyi
suka ko kena kabo okaketre sawanale
alaka kuma
kotunu ave
menefenu bosambro lo kateni su wote bonyona wulu ke to maselule kaloru ni sanu ani lumbaru damna jea wulu ke sambro lo kakene yadi du kuruma akakete
alaka menefe ba flala dakabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadomada ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lu fanada
aka menefe wulu ke sambro lo fosa akene yadi du kuruma
akala sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidi bi wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanye suka ko kene kabo wo kaketre nani nale alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko olukoro
kaisi aya bubale
kono limi di sani du wote
aka koji krofen failu dan ani ko krofen to lu be kai ke ko lu kro kasia ya abeni aita su aka ko lo su bedan ala kai ko ote kanyi aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jaru jili kasia ya koji fanbelo ani ko no lu jili kasia ya du kro koka
Genesis 29.
adamina lo ala kasambolo ni duko dambe
And came to the land of the eastern peoples.
du kro lo jandete bele ado je kende basakala ci balela inde dununya fanbelo ado lo dilinde ado alaya fone titimindi mina jikuna ala ka fo ave
kene ya bo kene ya kabon ala ka ye ko kene ya te kanye ala ka kene ya ni dibi wote boy nyona
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susu ka ko kene ka bobo ka ketele kumbolole ala ka kuma kotunu ave la ke jiru de ma ka wote boy nyona
woka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona ka gbekene balada aikema aka kete aka gbekene ba tola o samguru suka ko kene ka bo woka ke tele flanale ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sambolo kolo wo be la de dindala ke no fosa bele bo akakete
aka gbele bo tola kudu kuro kaji la de ni tola ko koji ala kaye ko te kanyi
woke ala ka fo ave bi koromani sene fe sube fe du kuro ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aitansu akakete bini koromani sene fe sube kafe du kuro ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aitasu ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kele kabo kaketre so nale
He hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home. And there Jacob told him all these things.
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
mene fenu bo sambulo katele ni suwote boy nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu anilu mbaru damna jia wulu ke sambulo kakene ya di du kuro ma akakete
ala kamele fe ba flala da kabuba talasi tre wate kuna kadoma na la sisu wate kuna akalo ni lufanada
akamele fe wulu ke sambulo fosa akene ya di du kuro ma
But Rachel was lovely in form and beautiful.
akaila sitre ni su wate kuna kakene ya ni dili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko luko
kasi ya
buba le kono wini di sani du wote
aka ko ji ko fe failu da ani ko ko fe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kasi ya abeni aita sulu aka ko lo su bedan ala kaye ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabaya kado ailo ave jelu jili kasia ya kwa jifambelo ani konolu jili kasia ya dukro kokan suka ko kene kabo ka ketelu nale
He took his daughter Leah and gave her to Jacob. And Jacob lay with her.
alaka kuma kotunu ave mi mafe sube ke dukro kokan ko fenu fofo ni fenu ani tukro soru abene aita su aka kete aka tukro soni kro feni fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko wote kanye wobe ko alaka fo ave
limoni vinu na kacha nugu saula ekebo mola
ayasidu ko kuna
kakundi yake jako no kofe ani fomoni feme kuna
ala ka moni dinu da kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale bula akaida kake keni musole
alaka kuma kabala kadwailo ave ajili ka
jese dukuro famelo kaya fanga mayala akan ado kundi yake
je kono
ani mima fe tolu be kuna
alaka fo ye
ave sene fe sube ani koromane sube mi dukuro kokan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tukoro so kono ani fogo ni fe me bini fla buru be di ni ma fe sube makake ay balole akake te
Alakada ni fembe mafela kaye ko wobete kaye ko sewe suka ko kene kabo kaketre wolo na le.
Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said,
It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now.
She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said,
Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too.
So she named him Simeon. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said,
Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons.
So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said,
This time I will praise the Lord.
So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. Genesis 30.
Adaminalo ala kasangolo ni du kolo dame.
Bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob,
Give me children or I'll die.
Du kolo lo jandete bini. Ado jikende basa kala jibali la inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo divinde ado alafonya tetivi jimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave kene yeye bo kene akabo. Alaka ye ko kele atekani alaka kene ani dili wote bwenyona. Aka kene atola kutele kadili tola kususu kako kele kabo woka ketele kumbolole. Alaka kuma kwatunu ave dai ke jiru tema kai wote bwenyola. Woka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wuru wote bwenyona aka bekene balada aitema aka kete aka bekene batola kusanguru suka kukene kabo woka ke tele flanale.
So she named him Naphtali.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave jimini samburo kolo wobe la de dinga keno fosa gbelebo akakete akagbele wotola ko dukulo kaji la de ni tola ko koji alakaye ko te kanyi woke alaka fo ave bi ni koloma ni senefe sube fe dukulo ko kan mi yende kela abeni aitasu akakete ni koloma ni senefe sube ka fe dukulo ko kan mi yende kela abeni aitasu alakaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo woka ketre sawana le.
So she named him Asher.
Alaka kuma kwatunu ave nene fenu bo sangbulo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu anilo mbalu damna jia wulu ke sangbulo ka kene adi dukolo ma akakete.
Very well. He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes.
Alaka mene de bafla ala da kabuba tala site wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufalada.
So he slept with her that night.
Aka mene fe wulu ke sangbulo fosa aikene adi dukolo ma akala sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ku wote kanyi.
So she named him Issachar.
Suka ko kene kabo woka kete nani nali. Alaka kuma kwatunu ave ni ma fenu ke ko lukoro kasi aya bubale kono wi ni sani du wote.
So she named him Zebulun.
Aka ko ji krofe fali luda ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kai si aya abene aita sula ka kono su bedan ala kai ko wote kanyi. Aka kuma ka bala kado ailo ave jeru jiri kasi aya ko ji fambelo ani kono lu jini kasi aya du kolo koka suka ko kene kabo ka ketre lulu nale. Alaka kuma kwatunu ave ni mafe sube ke dukuro ko kan ko fenu fofo ni fenu ani tuko solu abene ita su akakete akatuko so ni kuro fene fofo ni fe sube da ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Send me on my way so I can go back to my own homeland.
Wobe ko aka fo ave
du moni filu da kake nu kusa wale kai bo mola
aya isidu kolo kuna
kakundi yake je kono ko fe ani fo moni fe mekuna
ala ka moni filu da kake ale busa wulale kai bo ale bula akeda kake keni mosole. Ala ka fo aye ave sene fesumbe ani kolo mane sube mi du kolo kokan ne wulu bedi ay makake ay balole ko fe tu kolo so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini flabu bedi ni ma fesube makake ay balole akakete
alaka dani febe mafela kaye ko obete kanye ko sebe suka ko kele kabo o kaketere woro na ale.
That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-colored lambs, and he placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees, and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs, so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they mated in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked and dark-colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself, and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals, so they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban, and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way the man grew exceedingly prosperous, and came to own large flocks, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and donkeys. Genesis 31.
Alaminalo alakasanguro ni duko dabre.
Jacob has taken everything our father owned, and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father.
Duko lo tende tebene. Ado jeke inde basakala jibalela inde duminya fabelo. Ado lo divinde ado alaya fo ne tetimi dimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave kele ye bo kene akabon. Alaka ye ko kene atekanyi alaka kene ani dibi wote bo nyona. Aka kene atola ko tere kadidi tola ko susu kako kene kabo woka ketere kuvolole.
But the God of my father has been with me.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave dai kejiru tema ka wote bo nyona.
Woka keji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo nyona ka bekene balada aikema. Aka kete aka bekene ba tola ko sango suka ko kene kabo woka ketele flanale.
And if he said, the streaked ones will be your wages, then all the flocks bore streaked young.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
ti mini sangulo kolo ubela de dingala keno fosa gbele bo akakete
akagbele wo tola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alakaye ko tekanyi.
Woke alaka fo ale bi di kolo mani senefe su befe dukuro kokan miru ye dikela abeni aitan su akakete bi ni kolo mani senefe su be kafele dukuro kokan miru ye dikela abeni aitan su alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketere sawa na ale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave
nene fini ubo sambulo katere ni su wote bo nyona wuluke to maselule kalonu ni sanu anilo mbaru damnajia wuluke sambulo ka kene ya didu kuluma akakete.
Alaka mene feba flala da kabuba dala sitere wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lufanada.
Aka mene fe wulu ke sangolo fosa aikene ya didu kuluma.
Aka la sitere ni suwate kuna kakene ani dibi wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanyi. suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale.
Rachel stole her father's household gods.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu kro
kasia ya
bubale kono wini di sanidu wote
aka koji krofe falilu da ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kasia ya abeni aita su aka kono subeda alaka ko wote kanyi aka kuma kaba kado ailo ave jelu jiri kasia ya ko jifan belo ani kono lu jiri kasia ya dukro koka suka ko kele kabo woka ketrelu nale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukro ko ka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tu ko solo abe ni aita suru akakete aka tu ko so ni kro fe ni fofo ni fe sube dala la kaye ko te kanye
And Laban and his relatives camped there too.
wo be ko alaka fo ave
du moni filu da kake nuku sawale kai bo mola
aya si dukro kuna ka kundi ya keje kono kofre ani fo moni fembe kuna
ala ka moni filu da kake ale gusa wulale kai bo ale gula akai da kake keni musole
ala ka kuma kabala ka do elo ave ai jiri ka jese dukro fambelo kaya fana mayala aka aido kundi ya keje kono ani ni ma fetolu be kuna ala ka fo aye ave sene fe sube ani ko mane sube minu du ko kan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tu ko so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini flabu be di ni ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete ala ka dani fembe mafele kaye ko bete kanye ko sebe suka ko kene kabo wo kaketere wona le.
Whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it.
Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into the tent of the two maidservants, but he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent but found nothing. Rachel said to her father,
"Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence. I'm having my period."
So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to task.
What is my crime? What sin have I committed that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household? Put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the two of us. I have been with you for 20 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten rams from your flocks. I did not bring you animals torn by wild beasts. I bore the loss myself, and you demanded payment from me for whatever was stolen by day or night. This was my situation. The heat consumed me in the daytime and the cold at night, and sleep fled from my eyes. It was like this for the 20 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flocks, and you changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham and the fear of Isaac had not been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you.
The women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine. Yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine, or about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us.
So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives,
"Gather some stones."
So they took stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jigah Sahadutha, and Jacob called it Gilead. Laban said,
"This heap is a witness between you and me today."
That is why it was called Gilead. It was also called Mizpah, because he said,
"May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me. Here is this heap, and here is this pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us.
So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country, and invited his relatives to a meal. After they had eaten, they spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned. Genesis 32.
Adaminalo ala kasangoloni du kulo dame.
The angels of God met him.
Du kulo lo jandete bemi. Ado jike inde basakala jibalila inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo divinde ado alaya fonye tetimi dimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave kene ebo kene yakabo. Alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene anidi bi wote boy nyona.
Your servant Jacob says, I have been staying with Laban and have remained there till now.
Aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo woka ketere kuvrole.
I am sending this message to my Lord that I may find favor in your eyes.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ake jiru tema kai wote boy nyona.
Woka keji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulute boy nyona aka gbekene balada itema aka kete aka gbekene batola ko sangolo suka ko kene kabo woka ketele flanale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
timini sangolo kolo wo be la de dingala kele no fosa gbele bo aka kete.
O Lord, who said to me, go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper.
Aka gbele wo tola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko tekani.
I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become two groups.
Woke alaka fo ave bibi kromani senefe su be fere dukuro koka minu ye dekela abeni aitasu akakete bini kromani senefe su be ka fere dukuro koka minu ye dekela abeni aitasu ala kaye ko tekanyi
suka ko kene kabo woka ketre sawanale.
And from what he had with him, he selected a gift for his brother Esau.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
menefinu bo sangolo katele ni suwute bo nyona wuluke tomaselule kalonu ni sanu ani lombalu damna jia wuluke sangolo kakene adi du kurma akakete
10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys, and 10 male donkeys.
alaka menefe ba flala da kabuba tala si trewate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada.
aka menefe wuluke sangolo fosa aikene adi du kurma.
Akaila siteleni swate kuna kakene anidili wote bo alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale.
And all the others who followed the herds.
You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave nima feni ke ko luko kaisi ya bubale kono lindi sani du wote.
For Jacob thought,
I will pacify him with these gifts I am sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me.
Aka koji krofe fali ludan ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi ya abeni aitasu aka kono subedan ala kai ko wote kanyi. Aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jiri kasi ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jiri kasi ya dukulu koka. Suka ko kene kabo ka ketre lulu nale.
he sent over all his possessions.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukuro ko kako fenu fofo ni fenu ani tukoro solu abene aita su akaketre akatuko so ni ko fre ni fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko te kanyi
The socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man.
wo be ko aka fo ave
Imoni vinu na kake nubusa wale kebo mola.
aya isi dukuro kuna kakuni
Yake je kono kofe. Ani fofo ni fembe kuna.
ala kamoni vilu da kake ale busa wulale kaybo ale bula akeda kake ke ni musole
ala kakuma kabala kadwailo ave aiji ka jise dukuro famelo kaya fana mayala akan aido kundi yake je kono ani nima fetolu be kuna ala ka fo aye ave sene fe sube ani kolomane sube mi dukuro ko kan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tu ko so kono ani fofo ni fe me bi ni flabu be di nima fe sube makake ay balole akakete alaka dani febe mafre kaye ko bete kanye ko sebe su kako kene kabo wo kaketele wolo na le
Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip. Because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. Genesis 33.
adamina lo ala kasambro ni dukuro dadwe
Coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the two maidservants.
dukuro lo jande te bini ado jeke inde basakara ti balela inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado ala fo ne tetimi dimila jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya mo kene ya kabon
7 times as he approached his brother.
alaka ye ko kene ya tekanye alaka kene ya ni dibi wote boy nyona
Threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept.
aka kene atola ko tile kadidi tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo kaketele kumbolole
They are the children God has graciously given your servant.
alaka kuma kotunu ave dal ke jiru tema ke wote boy nyona
wo kake ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona kagbe kene balada aitema akakete akagbe kele ba tola ko sambro suka ko kene kabo wo kake telefila nale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sambro koro wo be la de dinga kele no fosa gbelebo akakete
akagbole wo tola ko dukuro kajila de ni tola ko koti alaka ye ko te kanyi
For to see your face is like seeing the face of God now that you have received me favorably.
woke alaka fo ave bi ni koloma ni sene fe sube fere dukuro kokan minu ye de kela abeni aita su akakete ni koloma ni sene fe sube ka fere dukuro kokan minu ye de kela abeni aita su alaka ye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kele kabo wo kaketre sawa na le
Care for the ewes and cows that are nursing their young. If they are driven hard just one day, all the animals will die.
alaka kuma kotunu ave menefinu bosangolo lo katele ni su wote bonyona wulu ke tomaselule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbaru damna jia wulu ke sangolo ka kene ya dukuro ma akakete
Why do that? Just let me find favor in the eyes of my Lord.
alaka mene feba flala da kabubata ala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalo ni lu fanada
aka melefe wulu ke sangolo lo fosa akene ya dukuro ma
And made shelters for his livestock. That is why the place is called Succoth.
akaila sitre ni su wate kuna kakene ani dili wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanye
At the city of Shechem in Canaan, and camped within sight of the city.
suka ko kene kabo wo kaketre nani nale
He bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plot of ground where he pitched his tent.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke konu ko
kaisi e
bubale kono lu ni di sani du wote
Genesis 34.
adamina lo alaka sangbo ni dukuro dambe
Leah had born to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land.
dukuro lo jande te bele ado jeke inde basakala jibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo divinde ado ala fo ne tetimi dimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya ebo kene ya kabon.
And he loved the girl and spoke tenderly to her.
Ala kaye ko kene ate kanye ala ka kene ya ni dibi wote bo nyona.
Get me this girl as my wife.
Aka kene ya tola ko tele kadiri tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele kuvorole.
So he kept quiet about it until they came home.
Ala ka kuma ko tunu ave. Ya ke jiru tema ka wote bo nyola.
Wo ka ke ji minute sama. Ani minute duma. Aka wulu wote bo nyona ka kene balada aitema. Aka kete. Aka kene ba tola ko sangoro suka ko kene kabo wo ka ke telefla na le. Ala ka kuma ko tunu
ave.
Ti mini sangoro kolo wo be la de dinga kele no. Fosa bele bo aka kete.
Akabre wo tola ko du kuro ka ji la de ni tola ko koji ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Woke ala ka fo ave. Bi ni koroma ni senefe su be fe du kuro ko kan. Miru ye de kela abeni aita su. Aka kete. Ni koroma ni senefe su be ka fere du kuro ko kan. Miru ye de kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kele kabo ka ketre sawa na le.
Ala ka kuma
ko tunu ave.
Nene finu bo sambulo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maserule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbaru danajia. Wulu ke sambulo ka kene ya di dulu kuroma akakete.
That you become like us by circumcising all your males.
Ala kamene fe ba flala da kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma da la sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada.
Akamele fe wulu ke sambulo fosa aikene ya di dulu kuroma.
Akaila sitere ni suwate kuna kakene anigili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi. Suka ko kele kabo ka ketre nani nale. Ala ka kuma kotunu ave.
Ni ma fe ni ke ko lu kro
kaisi aya
bubale kono lu ni di sani du wote.
Aka koji krofe falilu da ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke kolu kro kaisi ya bene aita su aka kono su bedan ala kai ko wote kanyi. Aka kuma ka baraka do ailo ave jeru jiri kasi ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jiri kasi ya du kuro koka. Suka ko kene kabo uka ketre lulu nale. Ala ka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukuro ko ka ko frenu fofo ni fenu ani tukoro solu abe ni aita su akakete aka tukoro so ni kuro fene fofo ni fe sube da ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city.
Wombe ko ala ka fo ave
Imoni vilu na kake nukusa wale kaibo mola.
Aya sibu kuro kuna
kakundi yake je kono ko fe. Ani fofo ni fimbe kuna.
Ala kamoni vilu da kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale gula. Akada kake keni musole.
Ala kakuma kabaka do ailo ave
aiji ka jisa du kuro fambelo kaya fanda mayala akan aido kunti yake je kono. Ani ni ma fe to lu be kuna. Ala ka foye ala esene fe sube ani koromane sube mi du kuro kokan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole. Ko fe tu kroso kono ani fofo ni fe me bi ni flaburu be di ni ma fe sube ma kake ay balole akakete.
Ala ka dani febe ma fre kaye ko wobete kanye ko sere suka ko kene kabo wo kaketere wo nale.
Adam nalo ala kasabo ni du ko dambe.
Go up to Bethel and settle there and build an altar there to God who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau.
Du ko lo chainete bene. Ado jekende basakala jibale la inde dunya fambelo. Ado lo divinde ado ala efo nye tetimi jimina jikuna. Ala ka fo ave
kene ya bo kene akabo. Ala kaye ko kene atekanye ala kakene ya nidi bi wote bo nyona.
And Jacob buried them
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo ka ketele kumbolole ala ka kuma kotuno ave leke jimute ma ka wote boy nyona
in the land of Canaan.
wo ka ke jiminute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona ka bekene balada aitema aka kete aka bekene batola ko sangburu suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele filanale
So it was named Abimelek.
ala ka kuma kotuno ave
jimini samburu ko wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbelebo aka kete
aka gbele wo tola ko du kuro ka jila de ni tola ko koji ala kaye ko te kanyi
woke ala ka fo ave bi di koro mani sene fesu be fere du kuro koka minu ye de kela abeni aitasu aka kete ni koro mani sene fesu be ka fere du kuro koka minu ye de kela abeni aitasu ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kele kabo wo ka ketre sawanale ala ka kuma kotuno ave
mene femi bo sambulo ka tele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas elule kadolu ni sanu ani lumbalu damnajia wulu ke sambulo ka kene ya di du kuro ma aka kete
ala kamele fe ba flala da kabuba ta ala si tre wate kuna kado manda ala si su wate kuna akalolo ni lu fanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sambulo fosa aike ne ya di du kuro ma
akaila si tele ni su wate kuna ka kene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanyi
But his father named him Benjamin.
suka ku kene kabo wo ka ketre nan nale
That is Bethlehem.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko oruko
kasi ya
bubale kono lu ni sani du wote
aka koji krofe falilu dan ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke kolu kro kasi ya abene aita su aka kolo su be dan ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kaba aka do ailo ave jeru jili kasi ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jili kasi ya du kro koka
Jacob had 12 sons:
suka ko kene kabo ka ketre lulu nale
Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke du kro koka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tu kro solu abene aita su aka kete aka tu kro so ni kro fe ni fofo ni fe sube dala la kaye ko wote kanye wo be ko ala ka fo ave
Dumoni filu da kai ke nugu sawa le ke bo mola.
aya isi du kro kuna ka
Kuni yake je kono kofe. Ani fofo ni fembe kuna.
ala ka moni lunu da kake ale ku sawulale kay bo ale gula akay da kake keni mosole
Where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years.
ala ka fo ye ave sene fe sube ani koroma ne sube mi du kuro koka ne wulu bedi ay ma kake ay balole
And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis 36.
adamina lo ala ka sango ni du ko dambe
du kro lo jandete bele ado je kende basakara kibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado ala ya fo nya tetimi dimina chikuna ala ka fo ave
kene bo kene ya kabon
Daughter of Ishmael and sister of Nebaioth.
ala kaye ko kene atekanye ala ka kene ani dibi wote bo nyona
Basemath bore Ruel.
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele kumbolole
These were the sons of Esau who were born to him in Canaan.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave la ke jilute ma kai wote bo nyolo
His livestock and all his other animals and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distance from his brother Jacob.
wo kake jiminute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo nyona aka kpekene balada aitema aka kete aka kpekene batola ko sango suka ko kene kabo wo kake tele flanale ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
Kimini sangolo kolo wobe la de dinga keno. Fosa gbelebo akakete.
Akagbele wotola kudukulu kajila deni tola kukoji alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Esau's wife Ada, and Reuel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath.
Woke alakafo ave bi ni kolomani senefe subefe dukulu koka minu yedekela abeni aitansu. Akakete ni kolomani senefe sube kafele dukulu koka minu yedekela abeni aitansu. Alakaye ko wote kanyi.
These were grandsons of Esau's wife Ada.
Suka kukene kabo wokaketere so anale.
Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
Menefenu bo sambulo katele ni suwote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbalu da minajia wulu ke sangulo kakene adidu kuruma akakete.
Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, chiefs Teman, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz,
alaka menefe ba fila ala da kabuba ta ala sitere wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akadolo ni lufanada.
Aka menefe wulu ke sangulo fosa aikene adidu kuruma.
Shammah, and Mizah. These were the chiefs descended from Reuel in Edom. They were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath.
Akala sitere ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bo alakaye ko wote kanyi.
These were the chiefs descended from Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anah.
Suka kukene kabo wokaketere nali na ale.
These were their chiefs.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
Nima feni ke ko lukro
kaisi aya
buba e kololu ni di sanidu wote.
akakoji krofe faliluda ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi aya beni aita su akakono su beda alakai ko wote kanyi akakuma kabala kado ailo ave jeru jirikasi aya koji fambelo ani kono lu jirikasi aya dukuro koka suka ko keneka bo woka ketrelulu nale alaka kuma kotunu ave bi ma fe sube ke dukuro koka ko fe no fovo ne fe no ani tukuro solu abena aita su akakete akatukuro soni kuro fe ne fovo ne fe sube da ala kaye ko wote kanyi wobe ko alaka fo ave
Yumoni finu da kaite nugusa wale kaibo mola aya sidu kolo kuna kakundi yake je kono kofe ani fovo ni fembe kuna
ala kamoni vilu dan kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale gula akaida kake keni mosole
ala kakuma kabala kadwaelo ave
aji ka jese du kulo fambelo kaya fanda mayala akan aido kundi yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala ka fa ye ave sene fe sube ani ko mane sube nu du kulo kokan ne wulu bedi ay makake ay balole ko fe tu kulo sokuno ani fofo ni fe ne bi ni flabru bedi ni ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete
alaka dani fembe mafre kaye ko wobete kanyi kusewe suka kukele kabo wokaketele wonale
Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dinah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Temanites succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Masrekah succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mizahah. These were the chiefs descended from Esau by name, according to their clans and regions: Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Oholibamah, Elah, Pinan, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzah, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom, according to their settlements in the land they occupied. This was Esau, the father of the Edomites. Genesis 37.
adamina lo ala kasangbo ni du ko dabe
The land of Canaan.
dukuro lo jande tebele ado jikende basakala kibale lainde dunya fambelo ado lo divinde ado alayafonye tetimi dimina jikuna
And he brought their father a bad report about them.
Alaka for ave.
Kene ebo kele akabo.
because he had been born to him in his old age. And he made a richly ornamented robe for him.
Alaka ye ku kene atekani alaka kene ani divi wote boy nyola.
And could not speak a kind word to him.
Aka kene atola kutere kadivi tola kususu kako kene kabo woka ketere kuvolole.
They hated him all the more.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave. Ake jiutema ke wote boy nyola.
Woka ke jiminute sama. Ani minute du ma. Aka wulu wote boy nyona kakbe kene balada aike ma. Aka kete. Aka kbe kele batola ko sangbro suka ko kene kabo woka ketele flanale.
And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said.
Alaka kuma kotunu
ave.
Jimini sangbro kolo wobe la de dingala kre no. Fosa gbelebo aka kete.
Aka gbele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola kokoji alaka ye ko wote kainini.
Woke alaka fo ave. Bini kormani senefe sube fe dukuro koka miri ya dekela abeni aita su. Aka kete bini kormani senefe sube ka fele dukuro koka miri ya dekela abeni aita su. Alaka ye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketere sawa na ale.
Alaka kuma
kotunu ave.
Mene fenu bosambrulo katele ni suwote bonyona wuru keto maserule kalonu ni sanu anilumbalu damna jea. Wuru ke sangbulo kakene yadi du koloma akakete.
Alaka mene be ba flala da kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalo ni lufana da.
Aka mele fe wulu ke sangbulo fosa aike ne yadi du koloma.
So Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan.
Aka la sitere ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanye.
They plotted to kill him.
Suka ko kene kabo woka ketere nani nale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave.
Ni ma fenu ke ko luko
kaisi aya
bubale kono rini di sanidu wote.
Aka kwaji krofe fali ludan ani ko krofe tolu be ka ke ko lu kro kaisi aya abeni aita sula ka kono subedan ala kai ko wote kanyi. Aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave. Jelu jiri kasi aya ko jifambelo ani kono lu jiri kasi aya dukuro koka.
Reuben said this to rescue him from them and take him back to his father.
Suka ko kele kabo woka ketere lulu nale.
They stripped him of his robe, the richly ornamented robe he was wearing.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafe sube ke dukuro koka ko fenu ofofo ni fenu ani tukro solu abeni aitasu akakete akatukro solu kuro feni fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko wote kanye.
Their camels were loaded with spices, balm, and myrrh, and they were on their way to take them down.
Wobe ko alaka fo ave.
Di moni vinu da kaike nu busa wale kabo mola.
Aya isi dukuro kuna
kakundi yake ja kono kofe. Ani fofo ni fimbe kuna.
Ala kamoni vinu da kaike ale busa wulale kaibo ale kula akaida kaike keni musole.
Alaka kuma kabala kadwa ilo ave. Ajili kai
jise dukuro fambelo kaya fana mayala aka aido kundi yake je kono. Ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna. Alaka fa ye abe sene fe sube ani koloma ne sube minu dukuro kokan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole. Ko fe tu kroso kono ani fofo ni fe me bi ni flabulu be di ni ma fe sube ma kake ay balole. Akakete.
Alaka dani fe be ma fre kaye ko obete kanye ko sebe suka ko kele kabo woka ketere wona ale.
They took the ornamented robe back to their father and said,
We found this. Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe.
It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces.
Then Jacob tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted.
No, in mourning will I go down to the grave.
to my son.
So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Genesis 38.
Adaminalo ala kasangbolo ni dukolo dame.
And went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Ira.
Dukolo lo jande te bele. Ado jeke inde basakala tibale la inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo dilinde ado alaya fonye te timiji mina jikuna. Alaka fo ave kene ya bon kene akabon. Alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene ni di wote boy nyona. Aka kene atola ko tele kadi di tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo wo ka ke tele kuvrole. Alaka kuma kotunu ave dalke jirute ma kai wote boy nyona.
Wo ka ke ji minute sama. Ani minute duma. Aka wuru wote boy nyona ka gbekele balada aitema. Aka kete. Aka gbekene batola ko samboro suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele flanale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave jimini samboro koro wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbele bo aka kete. Aka gbele wo tola kudukulo kajila deni tola kokoji alaka ye ko te kanye. Woke alaka fo ave bi ni koromani senefe su be fere dukuro kokan miru ya dekela abeni ayeta suru akakete
So Tamar went to live in her father's house.
ini koromani senefe su be ka fere dukuro kokan miru ya dekela abeni ayeta su alaka ye ko wote kanyi
To the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Ira, the Adullamite, went with him.
Suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre sawanale.
Alaka kuma
kotunu ave
melefenu bo sangolo katele ni su wote boy nyona wuluke to maselule kalonu ni sanu anilo mbalu damina jia wuluke sangolo kakene ya di du kuruma akakete
ala kamele fe bafla la daka bubata ala sitre wate kuna kadomanda ala siso wate kuna akaloni lufanada.
Aka melefe wulu ke sangolo lo fosa akene ya didu kuroma
akala sitre ni suwate kuna kakene ya nidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him.
Suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre nani na ale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko olukoro
kasi aya
bubale kono ru ni di sani du wote
aka koji krofen fali luda ani ko krofen tolu be kake ko olukoro kasi aya beni atasu aka kono su bedan ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala kado ayelo ave jeru jiri kasi aya koji fambelo ani kono ru jiri kasi aya dukuro koka suka ko kele kabo ka ketre lulu nale. Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke duko ko ka ko frenu fofo ni fenu ani tukoro solo abeni aitasu akakete akatuko soni kuro fene fofo ni fe sube da ala kaye ko wote kanyi. Wobeko alaka fo ave
dumoni finu da kake nugu samwale kaibo mola
aya sidu kolo kuna kakuli yake jakono kofe ani fonfoni fembe kuna
ala kamoni dinu da kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale bula akeda kake keni mosole
ala kakuma kabaka doelo ave
ajiri ka jise du kolo fambelo kaya fona mayala aka aido kunti yake je kono ani ni ma fe toru be kuna ala ka fa ye ave sene fe sube ani koromane sube miru du kolo koka ne wulu bedi ay makake ay barole ko fe tu ko so kono ani fofo ni fe ne bi ni flabru bedi ni ma fe sube makake ay barole akakete
Genesis 39.
adaminalo ala ka sangolo ni du kolo dambe
Potiphar, an Egyptian who was one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, bought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there.
dukro lo jandete bini ado jeke nde basa kala jibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado alaya fo ne tetimi jimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya mo kene ya kabon
Alaka
ye ko kele atekanye alaka kene ya nidili wote bo nyona.
Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned.
aka kene atola ko tire kadidi tola ko susuka ko kene kabo ka ketire kumvolole.
Blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So he left in Joseph's
alaka kuma kotuno ave like jirutema ka wote boy nyona
with anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome.
Woka ke jiminute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada itema aka kete aka gbekene ba tola ko sambro suka ko kene ka bo woka ke tele flanale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sambolo ko wo be la de ninga ke no fosa gbelebo aka kete.
akagbele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola kokoji akaye ko tekanyi
woke alaka fo ave bi di kromani sene fe sube fe dukuro kokan mi yede kela abeni aitan su akakete bi ni kromani sene fe sube ka fre dukuro kokan mi yede kela abeni aitan su alakaye ko tekanyi
suka ko kene kabo kaketre sawana le
alaka kuma kotunu
ave
mene fenu bo sambulo katele ni su wote bo nyona wuluke to maselule kalonu ni sanu ani lombalu damnajia wuluke sambulo ka kene ya didu kuluma akakete
alaka mene feba flala da kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma na ala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lu fanada
aka mene fe wuluke sambulo fosa aikene ya didu kuluma
akaila si tele ni suwate kuna ka kene ya nidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene ka bo ka ketele nanale ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu ko
kasi ya bubale
kono ni di sani du wote
aka koji krofe failo da ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kasi ya abeni aita su aka kono su beda ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma ka baraka do ailo ave jelu jiri kasi ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jiri kasi ya dukuro koka su ka ko kene kabo wo ka ketrelu nale
because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Genesis 40.
adaminalo alaka sangbulu ni dukuro dambe
And the baker of the king of Egypt offended their master, the king of Egypt.
dukuro lo chandete bini ado jekende basakala jibalela inde dununya fabelo ado lo dilinde ado alayafo nye tetimi dimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya bo kene ya kabo alaka ye ko kene ya tekanye alaka kene ya nidili wote bo nyona
After they had been in custody for some time,
aka kene ya tola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo kakete kufolole
had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own.
alaka kuma kotunu ave dalke jinu tema kai wote bo nyona
woka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo nyona aka gbekene balada itema aka kete aka gbekene batola ko sangoro suka ko kene kabo woka ke tele flanale
Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams.
alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini samburo ko wo be la de linga ke no fosa gbere bo aka kete
akagbele wo tola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alakaye ko wote kanyi
woke alaka fo ave bi di koloma ni sene fe su be fe dukuro ko kan mi ye de kela abeni aita su aka kete ni koloma ni sene fe su be ka fe dukuro ko kan mi ye de kela abeni aita su alaka ye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo wo kaketre sawa nale
And restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup
alaka kuma
kotunu ave
nene fenu bo sambulo lo katele ni suwote bo nyona wuru ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu anilo baru damna jia wuru ke sambulo lo ka kele adi du kuroma akakete
ala kamele feba fla lada kabuba tala si tere wate kuna kadoma na la siso wate kuna akaloni lufanada
akamene fe wuru ke sambulo lo fosa akene adi du kuroma
akala si tere ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanye suka ko kele kabo woka ketre nani nale alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko luko
kaisia ya bubale kololu ni disani du wote aka ko ji krofe fali ludan ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisia ya abeni aita su aka kono su be dan ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala kadwailo ave chelu jini kasia ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jini kasia ya dukuru koka suka ko kene kabo woka ketrelu nale
did not remember Joseph. He forgot him. Genesis 41.
adaminalo alaka sangbulo ni dukuru dambe
Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile.
dukuru lo jendete bene ado jekende basakara jibalela inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado alayafo ne tetimi jimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya bo kele ya kabon
Came up out of the Nile and stood beside those on the riverbank.
alaka ye ko
kene ya tekani alaka kene ya ni dibi wote bo nyona
Then Pharaoh woke up.
aka kene atola ko tere kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo woka ketere kumbole alaka kuma kotunu ave dalke jiru tema kai wote boy nyona
woka ke ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boy nyona aka gbegene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekele batola ko samburu su ka ko kene ka bo woka ketere flanale
Magicians and wise men of Egypt. Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them for him.
alaka kuma
kotunu ave
ji mini samburu kolo wo bela de dingala ke no fosa gbelebo aka kete
aka gbele wotola ko dukuru kajila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanye
woke alaka fo ave di ni koroma ni sene fe sun be fere dukuru kokan mi ya ide kela abeni aita suru akakete ni koroma ni sene fe sun be ka fere dukuru kokan mi ya ide kela abeni aita suru alakaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo woka ketre sawa nale
alaka kuma kotunu
ave
nene finu bo sangrulo katele ni suwote bo nyona wuru ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu ani lumbalu damna jia wuru ke sangrulo kakene di dukuru ma akakete
ala kamene fe ba flala na kabuba tala sitre wate kuna kadoma dala sisu wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sangrulo fosa aikene adi dukuru ma
akala sitre ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe mi ke ko lukoro
kaisia ya
bubale kono ni di sani du wote
aka koji krofe failuda ani ko krofe tolu be kai ke ko lukoro kaisia ya abeni aita sura ka kono subeda ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jalu jiri kasia ya koji fambelo ani kono lu jiri kasia ya dukuro koka suka ko kene kabo woka ketre lolu nale Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafesube keduko koka kofe no fovo ni fenu ani tukolo sulu abene aita su akaketi akatuko so ni kulo fe ni fovo ni fesube da alaka ye ko wote kanyi wobeko alaka fo ave
imoni vinu da kake mnubu sa wale kebo mola
aya
isidu ko kuna kakundi yake eja kono kofre ani fofo ni feme kuna
ala ka moni vinu da kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale gula akaida kake keni musole
ala ka kuma kamara ka doelo ave ajiri ka jise du kulo fambelo kaya fanga mayala akan ado kundi yake je kono ani nima fe tolu be kuna
ala ka
fo ye
ave sene fe sube ani ko mani sube minu du kulo ko kan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balule ko fetu kolo so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini flabru be di ni na fe sube makake ay balule akake te
alaka dani fembe mafra kaye ko obete kanye ko sebe suka ko kene kabo o kake tele woro nale
The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in two forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take a fifth of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the country to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine.
The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials. So Pharaoh asked them,
"Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?"
Then Pharaoh said to Joseph,
"Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you. I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt."
Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and men shouted before him, "Make way! Make way!" Thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph,
"I am Pharaoh, but without your word, no one will lift hand or foot in all Egypt."
Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Zaphenath-Paneah, and gave him Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, to be his wife. And Joseph went throughout the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plenty. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt and stored it in the cities. In each city he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain, like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping records because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh and said,
"It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household."
The second son he named Ephraim and said,
"It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering."
The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end. And the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph had said. There was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians,
"Go to Joseph and do what he tells you."
When the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for Brothers came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe in all the world. Genesis 42.
Adam nalo alakasanguro ni dukuro dabe.
Said to his sons,
Why do you just keep looking at each other?
Lukuro lo jendete bini. Ado jekende basakara tiba lela inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo dilinde. Ado alayafo ni tetimindi mina jikuna. Alakafo ave.
Kene ya ibo kene ya kabon. Alakaye kukene ya tekanyi alakakene ya nidimi wote banyona.
Akakene atola kutere kadi vitola kususu kako kene kabo wokake tere kuvolole. Alaka kuma kotuno ave. Laike jinu tema ka wote banyona.
So when Joseph's brothers arrived, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground.
Wokake jiminute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote banyona aka kwekene balada akema akakete aka kwekene batola kusango suka ko kele kabo wokake tere flanale alaka kuma kotuno
ave
jimini samburo koro wo bela de dingala keno fosa gbelebo akakete
akabele wotola kudukuro kajila deni tola kokoji alakaye ko wotekanyi
woke alakafo ave bi ni koromani senefe sube fele dukuro koka miye dekela abeni aitasu akakete ni koromani senefe sube afele dukuro koka miye dekela abeni aitasu ala kaye ko wotekanyi
suka ko kele kabo kaketere sawa nale.
The sons of one man who lives in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more.
ala kakuma kotunu
ave
mene finu bosanguro lo katele ni su wote bonyo na wulu ke Thomas elule kalonu ni sanu ani lo mbaru damna jia wulu ke sanguro lo kakene ya didu koloma akakete
ala kamene feba flala na kabuba talasi te wate kuna kadoma dalasi su wate kuna akaloni lu fanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sanguro lo fosa aikene didu koloma
akaila sitere ni sumwate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke kolu ko
kaisia ya
buba yekono bi ni di sani du wote
akakoji krofe failuda ani ko krofe tolu be kake kolu kro kaisia ya beni aitasu akakono subeda alakai ko wote kanyi akakuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jini kasia ya koji fambelo ani kono rujili kasia ya dukro kokan suka ko kene kabo kaketre lu nale alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke duko ko ka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tuko solo abeni aitasu akakete akatuko so ni kolo fe ni fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko wote kainyi
ala ka moni viruda kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale bula akaida kake keni mosole
ala ka kuma kama ka do ilo ave ajiri ka jese dukuru fambelo kaya fanga mayala akan aido kundi yake je kono ani ni ma fetoru bekuna ala ka faye ave sene fesube ani ko mane sube mi dukuru koka ne wuru bedi ay makake ay balole kolo fe tu kolo so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini fla buru bedi ni ma fe sube ma kake ay balole akakete alaka dani fe be mafra kaye ko obete kani ko sewe suka ko kele ka bo kaketre wolo nale
We were 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest is now with our father in Canaan.
Then the man who is lord over the land said to us, "This is how I will know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me and take food for your starving households and go. But bring your youngest brother to me, so I will know that you are not spies but honest men. Then I will give your brother back to you, and you can trade in the land.
As they were emptying their sacks, there in each man's sack was his pouch of silver. When they and their father saw the money pouches, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them,
You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more. And now you want to take Benjamin. Everything is against me.
Then Reuben said to his father,
You may put both of my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back.
My son will not go down there with you. His brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If harm comes to him on the journey you are taking, you will bring my gray head down to the grave in sorrow.
Genesis 43.
Adam minalo alaka sangbulo ni dukuro dabe.
Dukuro lo jande tebini. Ado jikende basakala jibale la inde dununya fan belo. Ado lo divinde, ado alaya fonye tetimi dimina jikuna. Alaka fo ave.
Kene ya ebo kene akamo. Alaka ye ko kene atekanyi alaka kene ani divi wote banyona.
Aka kene atola ko tele kadivi tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo ka ketele kumbrole. Alaka kuma gotunu ave dai ke jirute ma ke wote banyona.
Woka ke minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote boynyo na kakbekele balada atema aka kete aka gbekele ba tola ko sangburu su ka ko kene ka bo ka ketele flanale ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
ti mini sangburu ko lo wo be la de dinara kre no fosa gbere bo aka kete
akabole wotola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alakaye ko tekanyi
woke alaka fo ave bi kormani senefe su be fere dukuro ko kan mi ye dekela abeni aita su aka ketre Nini kormani senefe su be ka fe dukuro ko kan mi ye dekela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kele kabo ka ketre sawa na le
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
menefe nu bosangbolo lo ka tele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maserule kalonu nisanu anilo mbaru damina jia wulu ke sangbolo lo ka kele adi dukuro ma aka kete
ala kamene fe ba flala da kabuba ta ala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akalolo nilu fanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sangolo lo fosa aike ne adidu kuruma
akala sitre ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bo ala kaye ko wote kanye suka ko kene kabo kakete nani nale ala kakuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu ko
kaisi aya
bubale ko lu ni di sani du wote
aka koji krofin faliluda ani ko krofin tolo be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi aya abeni aita su la ka kono su beda ala kai ko wote kanyi akakuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jiri kasi ya koji fambelo ani kono jiri kasi ya dukulu koka Suka ko kene kabo o ka ketre lulu nale.
Your God, the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver.
Then he brought Simeon out to them.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafe sube ke duko ko ka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tuko solu abeni aitasu. Akakete akatuko so ni ko fe ni fofo ni fe sube dala la kaye ko te kanye. Obeko alaka fo ave
Imoni vinu da keke nugu saula le kebo mola
aya isi dukolo kuna kakuni yake je kono kofe ani fofo ni fembe kuna
ala kamoni vinu da kake ale kusa wulale kaibo ale bula akaida kake keni musoye
ala akuma kamala kabalo ave ajili ka jise dukolo fambelo kaya fanga mayala akan aido kunti yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala ka fo aye ave sene fe sube ani kolomane sube mi dukolo koka ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole ko fe tu ko sokono ani fofo ni fe me bini fla bulu be di ni ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete alaka dani fembe mafra kaye ko wobete kanyi ko sele suka ko kele kabo wo kaketre woro na le.
They served him by himself, the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because Egyptians could not eat with Hebrews, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The men had been seated before him in the order of their ages, from the firstborn to the youngest, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as anyone else's. So they feasted and drank freely with him. Genesis 44.
Adaminalo ala kasangbulo ni duko dalwe.
To the steward of his house.
Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack.
Duko lo jaindete bele. Ado jikende pasakala jibale la inde dununya fambelo. Ado lo dirinde ado alaya fo ni tetimi jimina jikuna alaka fo ave kene ya mo kene akabo alaka ye ko kene ya tekanye alaka kene ya nidi bi wote bonyona.
Go after those men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, why have you repaid good with evil?
Aka kene ya tola ku tele kadidi tola ku susu ka ku kene kabo wo ka ke tele kumbolole.
This is a wicked thing you have done.
Aka kuma kotunu ave da ke jirute maka wote boy nyona.
Repeated these words to them.
Wo ka ke jiminute sama ani minute duma aka wuru wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekele bato la ko sangolo suka ko kele ka bo ka ke tele flanale
So why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house?
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
jimini sangolo kolo wo bela de dinga ke no fosa gbelebo aka kete
akagbele wotola ko dukro kajila deni tola ko koji alakaye ko tekanyi.
Woke alaka fo ave bi ni kolomani senefe su be fe du ko kan minu ya dekela abeni aita su akakete ni kolomani senefe su be ka fele du ko kan minu ya dekela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kena kabo ka ketre sawa nale.
Then they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave
nene fenu bo sambrulo kate ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalolu ni sanu anilu mbalo damna jia wulu ke sambrulo kakene ya didukuro ma akakete
alaka mene feba flala da kabuba talasi tre wate kuna kadomana alasi su wate kuna akaloni lufanada.
aka mere fe ulu ke sangbolo fosa ai kene di du kuloma
akala sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanye suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko ulu kro
kaisi aya bubale
ko lo ni sa ni du wote
akakwaji kofe failudan ani kokrofe tolu be kaike kolu krokaisia ya abena ita sul akakono subedan ala kaiko wote kanyi akakuma kabala kado ailo ave jeru jiri kasia ya koji fambelo ani konolu jiri kasia ya dukulo koka suka ko kene kabo ukaketre lulu nale alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke du kulo ko ka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tukro solo abene aita su akakete akatu ko so ni kulo fe ne fofo ni fe sube da alaka ye ko wote kanyi wobeko alaka fo ave
di moni vinu da kake lubu sawa le kaibo mola
aya isi du kulo kuna
kakundi yake je kono ko fe ani fofo ni fe mbe kuna
ala kamoni linu da kake ale busa wulale kaibo ale gula akaida kake keni musole
ala kakuma kabaka noelo ave ajiri kajise du kulo fambelo kaya fona mayala akan ado kunji ake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala kafo aye ave sene fe sube ani kolomani sube mini du kulo kokan ne wulu bedi ay makake ay balole ko fe tu ko so kono ani fofo ni fe ne bini flabu bedi ni no fe sube ma kake ay balole akake te alaka dani fe be mafra kaye ko obete kanyi ko sebe suka ko kele kabo wo kake tere wona le
Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, if I do not bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, all my life. Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come upon my father.
Genesis 45.
Adaminalo ala kasango ni dukulo dambe.
Control himself before all his attendants. And he cried out,
"Have everyone leave my presence."
So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brother.
Dukulo lo chande tebele. Ado jekende basakala jibalela inde duminya fambelo. Ado lo dilinde. Ado alaya fo nyete timi dimina jikuna. Ala kafo ave.
Kene ya mo kene akabon.
Ala kaye ko kene atekanye ala ka kene ya nidili wote bo inyona aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo ka ke tele kumbolole ala ka kuma kotunu ave dai ke jirute ma kai wote bo inyona
wo kake ji minute sama ani minute du ma aka wulu wote boy nyona ka pekene balada itema aka kete aka pekene batola ko sango suka ko kene ka bo wo kake tele flanale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sangro koro wo be la de dinga ke no fosa gbere bo aka kete
akagbele wotola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji ala kaye ko tekanyi woke alaka fo ave
bi di koloma ni senefe su be fe du kolo kokan miru ye de kela abeni aita su akakete nini koloma ni senefe su be ka fe du kolo kokan miru ye de kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko te kanyi
suka ko kene kabo ukaketre sawa na le
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
mene fenu bo sangolo lo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalonu ni sanu ani lombaru damina jia wulu ke sabolo ka kene yadi du kolo ma akakete
Afterward his brothers talked with him.
ala kamene feba flala da kabuba ta lasi tere wate kuna kadoma da lasi su wate kuna akalolo ni lufanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sangolo lo fosa ai kene yadi du kolo ma
akala sitele ni suwate kuna kakene ani dili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo woka ketre nani nale ala ka kuma kotunu ave
di ma feni ke ko lu ko
kasi ya
bubale kono lindi sani du wote
aka koji ko fen failuda ani ko ko fen tolu be kai ke ko lu ko kasi ya beni ata sura ka kono subeda ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala ka do ailo ave jelu jili kasi ya koji fan belo ani kono lu jili kasi ya dukulu koka suka ko kele kabo wo ka ketre lu nale
10 donkeys loaded with the best things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and other provisions for his journey.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave di ma fe sube ke dukulu koka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tukolo suru abeni aita suru aka kete aka tukolo so ni kulo fe ni fofo ni fe sube dala kaye ko wote kanyi wo be ko ala ka fo ave
imoni finu na kake nugusa wale kai bo mola
aya
si du kolo kuna kakundi yake je kono kofe ani fo boni fe mekuna
Jacob was stunned. He did not believe them.
ala ka moni dilu da kake ale busa wulale kai bo ale bula akada kake ke ni musole
ala ka kuma kabala ka do ailo ave ay jiri ka jise du kolo fambelo
kaya fanga mayala akan ay do kundi
yake je kono
ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna
Genesis 46.
adamina lo ala ka sangbo ni du ko da be
And when he reached Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac.
du kolo la jande te bini ado je kende basakala jibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo divinde ado ala ya fo ne titimi ndimina jikuna ala ka fo ave
kene ya bo kele akabon ala kaye ko kene atekanye ala ka kene ya ni dibi wote boy nyona
aka kene atola ko tele kadili tola ko susu ka ko kene kabo ka ketele kuvolole
And their wives in the carts that Pharaoh had sent to transport him.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave dai ke jirute maka wote boy nyona
Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt.
wo ka ke ji minute sama ani minute du ma aka wulu wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada atema aka kete aka gbekene ba tola ko sangolo su ka ko kene ka bo wo ka ke tere flanale
Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob.
ala ka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sambolo kolo wo be la de dingala kele no fosa gbele bo aka kete
aka gbe woto la ko du kolo ka jila deni to la ko koji ala kaye ko te kanyi
Jacob, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman.
woke ala ka fo ale bi ni kolomani sene fe su be fere du kolo ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su aka kete ni kolomani sene fe su be ka fere du kolo ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi
The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamel.
suka ko kene ka bo ka ketre sawa nale
ala ka kuma kwatunu
ave
mene finu bo sangolo ka tele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke to maselule kalolu ni sanu ani lumbaru da mina jia wulu ke sangolo ka kene ya didu kuluma akakete.
Besides his daughter Dinah. These sons and daughters of his were 33 in all.
ala kamene fe ba flalada kabuba talasi tere wate kuna kadomanda la sisu wate kuna akalulo ni lu fanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sangolo fosa ai kene ya didu kuluma.
Ishmael and Beriah. Their sister was Sirah. The sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiel.
akaila si tere ni suwate kuna kakene ya nidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanyi
Had given to his daughter Leah 16 in all.
suka ko kene ka bo ka ketre nali nale
Joseph and Benjamin.
ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko lu ko
kasia ya
bubale ko no lu ni sani du wote.
Daughter of Potiphar, priest of On.
aka ko ji krofin faliluda ani ko krofin cholu be kake ko lu kro kasia ya abeni aita sula ka ko lo subeda ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kabala ka do ilo ave jelu jili kasia ya ko ji fan belo ani ko no lu jili kasia ya du ko koka suka ko kele ka bo ka ketre lulu nale ala ka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke du ko koka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tu ko solo abeni aita su aka ketre aka tu ko so ni ko fe ni fombo ni fe sube da ala ka ye ko wote kanyi
Given to his daughter Rachel 7 in all.
wo be ko aka fo ave
Limoni finu da kai ke nu busa wale kai bo mola
aya
isidu ko kuna ka kundi ya ke je kono ko fe ani fo moni fimbe kuna
ala ka moni finu da kake ale busa wulale kai bo ale bula akada kake ke ni musole
Family which went to Egypt was 17 in all.
ala ka kuma kabala ka do ilo ave
aiji ka jese du kulo fambelo ka ya fana mayala aka aido kunti yake je kono ani ni ma fe tolu be kuna ala ka fa ye ave sene fe sube ani kolomane sube mi du kulo kokan ne wulu be di ay makake ay balole
He threw his arms around his father and wept for a long time.
ko fe tu kolo so kono ani fofo ni fe me bini flabulu be di mi ma fe sube makake ay balole akakete
For myself that you are still alive.
ala ka dani febe mafre ka ye ko obete kanyi ko sebe suka ko kena ka bo ka ketre woro nale
My brothers in my father's household who are living in the land of Canaan have come to me. The men are shepherds, tend livestock, and they have brought along their flocks and herds and everything they own. When Pharaoh calls you in and asks, "What is your occupation?" you should answer, "Your servants have tended livestock from our boyhood on, just as our fathers did." Then you will be allowed to settle in the region of Goshen, for all shepherds are detestable to the Egyptians.
Genesis 47.
adaminalo ala kasambo ni du ko dame
Father and brothers with their flocks and herds and everything they own have come from the land of Canaan and are now
du kulo lo jainde te bene ado je kende basa krati bale lainde binunya fambelo ado lo divinde ado ala ya fone tetimiji mina jikuna ala ka fo ave
kene ya bo kene akabo
is your occupation.
Your servants are shepherds, just as our fathers were.
ala ka ye ko kene atekanye ala ka kene ani dili wote bo nyona
And your servants' flocks have no pasture.
So now please let your servants settle in Goshen.
aka kene atola ko tere kadili tola ko susuka ko kele ka bo wo ka ketele kumfolole ala ka kuma kotunu ave dai ke jiutema ka wote bo nyona
Let them live in Goshen, and if you know any among them with special ability, put them in charge of my own livestock.
wokake ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wulu wote bo nyona aka gbekene balada aitema aka kete aka gbekene ba tola ko sangolo suka ko kene aka bo wokake tele flanale ala ka kuma
kotunu ave
ji mini sambulu kolo wo be la de dingala ke no fosa bele bo aka kete
Few and difficult, and they do not equal the years of the pilgrimage of my fathers.
aka gbele wo tola ko du kulo ka jila deni tola ko koji ala ka ye ko te kanyi
woke ala ka fo ave bi ni koloma ni sene fe su be fe du kolo ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita suru aka kete
As Pharaoh directed.
ni koloma ni sene fe su be ka fle du kolo ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su ala ka ye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene ka bo wo ka ketre sawa nale
Because the
Alaka kuma
kotunu ave
mene finu bosambulu lo kate ni subote bonyona wuluke Thomas lule kadolu ni sanu anilu balu damna ja wuluke sangulu lo kakene yadidu kuloma akakete
ala kamene feba fla la da kabuba ta ala sitre wate kuna kado mana ala sisu wate kuna akalo ni lu fanada
akamele fe wuluke sangulu lo fosa aikene yadidu kuloma
akala sitre ni suwate kuna kakene anidiri wote bwala kaye ko wote kainyi suka ko kene kabo woka ketre na inale ala ka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fe ni ke ko olukoro
kaisia ya
bumba le kono wi ni sani du wote
aka ko di krofin faliluda ani ko krofin tolu be kai ke ko olukoro kaisia ya abene eta su aka ko su beda ala kai ko wote kanyi aka kuma kaba kado ailo ave jelu jili kaisia ya ko chi fambelo ani kono lu jili kaisia ya dukuro koka suka ko kene kabo ka ketre lulunale alaka kuma kotunu ave ni ma fe sube ke dukuro ko ka ko fe no fofo ni fe no ani tuko solu abeni aita su akakete akatu ko so ni kuro fe ni fofo ni fe sube dala kaye ko wote kanye wobeko alaka fo ave
Imoni vilu na kaike nuku sa wale kaibo mola
aya isi dukuro kuna
kakundi yake je kono ko fe ani fofo ni fe mbe kuna
ala ka moni dinuda kaike ale busa ulale kaibo ale bula akai na kaike keni musole
ala ka kuma ka baka doelo ave ajiri ka jese dukuro fambelo kaya fana mayala aka aido kundi yake je kono ani nima fe toru be kuna ala ka faye ave sene fe sube ani koroma ne sube minu dukuro kokan ne wuru bedi ay makake ay balole ko fe tu ko so kono ani fofo ni fe ne bini fla buru bedi ni ma fe sube ma akake ay balole akakete alaka dani fe be mafra kaye ko wo be se kanye ko se suka ko kena kabo wo kaketre worona le
ala mina lo ala kasango ni dukuro dambe
Your father is ill.
So he took his two sons Manasseh and Ephraim along with him.
dukuro lo jande te bini ado jekende basakala tibale la inde dununya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado alaya fonye tetimi jimina jikuna
Israel rallied his strength and sat up on the bed.
alaka fo ave
kene mo kene akabon
Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and there he blessed me.
alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene ani divi wote boynyona
And will increase your numbers. I will make you a community of peoples, and I will give this land as an everlasting possession to your descendants after you.
akakene atola kutile kadiri tola ko susu kako kene kabo wo kaketre kuvolole
To you here will be reckoned as mine. Ephraim and Manasseh will be mine, just as Reuben and Simeon are mine.
alaka kuma kotunu ave laike jiruta makai wote boyinyona
In the territory they inherit, they will be reckoned under the names of their brothers.
wokake ji minute sama ani minute duma aka wuru wote boynyona akakpe kene balada aitema akakete
While we were still on the way, a little distance from Ephrath, so I buried her there, beside the road to Ephrath.
That is Bethlehem.
akakpe kene batola ko sangoro su kako kene kabo wokake tre flanale alaka kuma kotunu
ave
jimini sambolo kolo wo be la de ninga keno fosa gbele bo akakete
akagbele wo tola ko dukro kaji la deni tola ko koji alakai ko te kanyi.
So Joseph brought his sons close to him, and his father kissed them and embraced them.
woke alakafo ale bi nikoma ni senefe su be fe dukro ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su akakete mini kolomani senefe su be kafe dukro ko kan minu ye de kela abeni aita su ala kaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kela kabo woka ketre sawa male.
Ephraim on his right toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh on his left toward Israel's right hand. And brought them close to him.
Alaka kuma kotunu
ave
menefinu bo sambolo katele ni su wote bo nyona wuluke to maselule kalolu ni sanu ani lombaru damnajia
Even though Manasseh was the firstborn.
wuluke sambolo ka kene di duru kuruma akakete
God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day.
alaka mene femba flala da kabuba talasi tre wate kuna kadoma da lasi su wate kuna akaloro ni lufanada.
May they be called by my name and the names of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and may they increase greatly upon the earth.
aka menefe wuluke sambolo fosa aikene ya di duru kuruma
Ephraim's head he was displeased. So he took hold of his father's hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head.
akala sitre ni su wate kuna kakene anidili wote bwala kaye ko wote kanyi. Suka ko kele kabo woka ketre nali nale.
I know, my son, I know. He too will become a people, and he too will become great. Nevertheless, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his descendants will become a group of nations.
alaka kuma kotunu ave
nima feni ke ko rukro
kaisi ya
bubale kono luli di sani du wote
This blessing. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh.
So he put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh.
aka kozi krofe failuda ani ko krofe tolu be kake kolu kro kaisi ya abeni aita su aka kolo su beda ala kai ko wote kanyi. aka kuma kabala kado ailo ave jelu jiri kasi ya ko ji fambelo ani konolu jiri kasi ya dukulu koka
From the Amorites with my sword and my bow.
Genesis 49.
adamina lo alaka sangbo ni du ko dabre
Gather around so I can tell you what will happen to you in days to come.
dukulu lo jandete belele ado jekende basakala jibale la inde duminya fambelo ado lo dilinde ado alaya foni etitimi jimina jikuna alaka fo ave
kene ya ebo kene ya kabon
My might, the first sign of my strength, excelling in honor, excelling in power.
alaka ye ko kene ya tekanye alaka kene ya nidili wote bwenyona
Longer excel, for you went up unto your father's bed, onto my couch, and defiled it.
aka kene atola kutere kadidi tola kususu kako kene kabo woka ketele kumbolole
Their swords are weapons of violence.
alaka kuma kotunu ave like jilu tema ka wote bwenyona
Join their assembly, for they have killed men in their anger, oxen as they pleased.
Wokake ji minute sama. Ani minute duma. Aka wuru wote boy nyona aka gbekene balada itema. Aka kete. Aka gbekene batola ko sangbro suka ko kene aka bo woka ketele flanale.
Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons will bow down to you.
Alaka kuma kotunu.
Ave.
Jimini sambro kolo wo be la de dindara keno. Fosa gbelebo aka kete.
Like a lion he crouches and lies down, like a lioness. Who dares to rouse him?
Akagbele wotola kodukuro kajila deni tola kokoji alakaye ko tekanyi.
Staff from between his feet until he comes to whom it belongs, and the obedience of the nations is his.
Woke alaka fo ave. Didi kromani senefe sube fe dukuro kokan mi ya dekela abeni aitasu. Aka kete.
Wash his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes.
Dini kromani senefe sube ka fere dukuro kokan mi ya dekela abeni aitasu. Alakaye ko wote kanyi.
Suka ko kena kabo wokaketre sawa nale.
The seashore and become a haven for ships. His border will extend toward Sidon.
Alaka kuma
kotunu. Ave.
Benefinu bo samguru lo katire nisu wote bonyona ulu keto masilule kalolu ni sanu anilumbalu demnaja. Ulu ke samguru lo kakele ya didu kuroma akakete.
His resting place and how pleasant is his land. He will bend his shoulder to the burden and submit to forced labor.
Alaka mene feba flala da kabubata ala sitere wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akadolo ni lufanada.
Aka mele fe ulu ke samguru lo fosa aikene ya didu kuroma.
A viper along the path that bites the horse's heels so that its rider tumbles backward.
Akaila sitere ni suwate kuna kakene anidili wotebo alakaye ko wote kaye. Suka ko kene kabo wokaketre nani nale.
But he will attack them at their heels.
Alaka kuma kotunu. Ave.
Nima feni ke ko ulu ko
Kaisi aya
bubale kololu ni disani du wote.
Aka koji kofe falilu da ani kokro fetolu be kaike kolu kro kaisi aya beni aita su aka kono su be da alakai ko wote kainyi. Aka kuma kaba akado ailo ave. Jelu jili kasi aya koji fambelo ani konolu jili kasi aya dukuro koka.
Branches climb over a wall.
Suka ko kene kabo wokaketrelu nale.
Archers attacked him. They shot at him with hostility.
Alaka kuma kotunu ave mima fensu beke dukuro koka ko fenu fofo ni fenu ani tukoro solu abeni aita su akakete.
Because of the shepherd, the rock of Israel.
Akatukoro soni kuro feni fofo ni fesu be dalala kaye ko wote kanye.
Because of the Almighty, who blesses you with blessings of the heavens above, blessings of the deep that lies below, blessings of the breast and womb.
Wobeko akafo ave.
Imoni vinu da kake nuku saura le kai bomola.
Aya isi dukuro kuna kakundi yake je kono kofe.
Ani fofo ni fembe kuna.
Rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers.
Alaka moni vinu da kake ale busa ulale kaibo ale bula akaida kake keni musole.
The prey, in the evening he divides the plunder.
Alaka kuma kabla kadoelo ave. Aiji ka jise dukuro fambelo kaya fanga mayala akan aido kundi yake je kono. Ani nima fe tolu be kuna. Alaka fo aye ave senefe sube. Ani koromane sube mi dukuro kokan de wuru bedi ay makake ay balole.
Bury me with my fathers in the cave
ko fe tu ko so kono ani fofo ni fe ne bini fla bu bedi ni ma fe su be ma akake aibarule akake te
which Abraham bought as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite, along with the field.
Alaka dani fembe mafre kaye ko wo bese kanye ko sebe suka ko kena kabo wo ka ketre wonale.
Jacob had finished giving instructions to his sons. He drew his feet up into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Genesis 50.
Adaminalo alakasangbo ni luko dambe.
And wept over him and kissed him.
Dukro lo jande tebini. Ado jeke inde pasakala ti balela inde dunia fambelo ado lo divinde ado alafo ne teti mindimina jikuna
So the physicians embalmed him.
alaka fo ave
Kene ya mo kene akabon.
And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days.
Alaka ye ko kene atekanye alaka kene ya ndibi wote boy nyona.
If I have found favor in your eyes, speak to Pharaoh for me. Tell him,
akakene atola ko tele kadivi tola ko susuka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre kumbolole
I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. Now let me go up and bury my father. Then I will return.
alaka kuma kotunu ave ake jiru tema kai wote boy nyona
Wokake ji minute sama ani minute du ma aka wuru wote boy nyona akagbe kene balada aitema akake te
The dignitaries of his court and all the dignitaries of Egypt.
akagbe kene batola ko sanguro suka ko kene kabo wokake tele flana be.
Those belonging to his father's household. Only their children and their flocks and herds were left in Goshen.
Alaka kuma kotunu
ave
ti mini sanguro kolo wo be la de dinda ke no fosa gbere bo akake te
Large company.
akagbele wo tola ko dukuro kajila deni tola ko koji alaka ye ko wote kanye
They lamented loudly and bitterly, and there Joseph observed a 7-day period of mourning for his father.
woke alaka fo ale
There saw the mourning
bi ni koroma ni senefe sube fe dukuro kokan miri ya dekela abe ni aita suru akake te
That is why that place near the Jordan is called Abel Misery.
bi ni koroma ni senefe sube ka fe dukuro kokan miri ya dekela abe ni aita su alaka ye ko wote kanyi
suka ko kene kabo wo ka ketre sawa na ale
And buried him in the cave in the field of Macpelah, near Mamre, which Abraham had bought as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite, along with the field.
alaka kuma
kotunu ave
Father Joseph
mene fenu bo sanguro lo katele ni su wote bo nyona wulu ke Thomas lule kalonu ni sanu ani lombalu damna jea wulu ke sanguro lo kakene ya de dukuro ma akake te
they said,
What if Joseph holds a grudge against us and pays us back for all the wrongs we did to him?
alaka mene femba flala da kabubata ala sitre wate kuna kadoma da ala sisu wate kuna akadolo ni lu fanada
aka mene fe wulu ke sanguro lo fosa aikene ya di dukuro ma
You to forgive your brothers the sins and the wrongs they committed in treating you so badly.
Now please forgive the sins of the servants of the God of your father.
when their message came to him, Joseph wept.
akala sitre ni su wate kuna kakene ya nidivi wote bo alaka ye ko wote kanyi suka ko kene kabo wo kaketre nali nale alaka kuma kotunu ave
ni ma fenu ke ko lu ko
kaisi ya bo bale
kono lu mi di sani bu wote
aka ko jikro fe falilu dan ani ko kro fe tolu be kai ke ko lu kro kaisi ya abeni eta su aka ko lo su be dan ala kai ko te kanyi aka kuma kaba aka do elo ave jelu jiri kasia ya kwa ji fambelo ani konolu jiri kasia ya dukuru koka suka ko kele kabo uka ketre lulu nale
Also the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were placed at birth on Joseph's knees.
alaka kuma kotunu ave ni mafesube ke dukuru koka ko fenu fovo ni fenu ani tukoro sulu abeni aitasu akakete akatukoro so ni kuro feni fovo ni fesube da alaka ye ko te kanyi wobeko alaka fo ave
limoni finu na kaike nugu samla ya kaibo mola aya si dukro kuna kakundi yake ja kono kofe ani fovo ni fembe kuna